Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Spirit and Salt, episode number 15. Our dearest Mauricio will be with us just as soon as he can. He's finishing up at work, but we're going to start without him, so I have the best chance possible of killing these guys. Last time on Spirit and Salt, you guys were poised right outside of the Deep Hollow Fortress that leads out of Hallowhive and into the Abyss. And after using some illusions to create a diversion outside of a big monster that kind of drew a bunch of the forces outside, you guys snuck in under the cover of more illusions and began to sneak your way through the fortress. While there, Cadence stopped by the office of Captain Cirque and stole a ledger of the comings and goings through Deep Hollow, leaving behind a little bit of a trace of her handiwork. And then, in the process of trying to sneak your way to the gates and assess how to best escape into the Abyss through Deep Hollow, were spotted by the couple of guards that still remained inside. They conjured some elementals to attack you guys, and some combat broke out. Got a little bit hairy. You guys managed to escape, though Marble got stuck inside by himself with the gates closed for a short time.
I'm in danger.
Ghost got KO'd for a little while. But despite the harrying closeness of it, you guys eventually made it through Deep Hollow, made it into the Abyss. To your relief, were not pursued into the Abyss by the Knights of Deep Hollow. And having made it to the Abyss, took yourselves a short way away from Deep Hollow's gates and made your camp for the night. Spent a little bit of time both researching the exploring the surroundings for tracks and also researching the ledger books and the papers that Cadence had found to sort of piece together a narrative. Essentially what you found is that over the last 5 years or so, for the first 4 of those years, people being exiled to the Abyss was kind of a rarity. It happened 30-ish times over the course of about 4 years, so only maybe 8-ish times per year. And then all of a sudden, over the last year, there have been 100 times that people have been banished to the Abyss. All of those included being taken specifically to the Isle of Ash by Brother Cogaturum, the right-hand man of the Queen of Hallowhive and one of the deacons of the Xanthian Church. So kind of piecing together all of that and eventually making your way to sleep after that. Ghost, who doesn't need to sleep at night, used Phantom Steed and the aid of his familiar to scout ahead a little bit, found no danger in between your camp and the Isle of Ash. And the next day, you guys made your way to the Isle of Ash, or at least to the subterranean lake in which the Isle of Ash sits. Found a couple of boats poised at the edge of the acidic, corrosive waters, seemingly abjured against its dangers, and then began rowing your way across towards the Isle of Ash itself. In the midst of your rowing, you were suddenly approached by what at first appeared to just be glimmering lights underneath the surface of the water, which sort of enchanted Bones. He stood from his boat and went to jump off of it. You guys were kind of caught off guard by this as a giant, colossal, maybe like elephant or rhinoceros-sized anglerfish had appeared under the water and was trying to lure Bones in, surrounded by a swarm of dozens, perhaps hundreds of smaller ones, the size of maybe actual anglerfish or even smaller, that were kind of trying to rock your boats and knock you off of them to get you into the water as well. We played out one quick little round of combat, though most of you guys were surprised for it, during which Bones stood up to jump off of the boat, but hesitated just long enough for Cadence to get in front of him and frighten him so that he cannot move closer to Cadence, potentially a game changer. We're going to jump right into the next round of combat. Before we do, one little errata note that I wrote down, not really errata, just an addition. When you were looking at the ledger from Deep Hollow, Cadence, this was not asked, but just so that you know, there is a writ of passage and a ledger entry giving permission for Ral Nikosi and Talania to enter the Abyss and travel to the Isle of Ash. Okay. So, in case that wasn't mentioned last time, but it is in there, they had permission to go. They went on the 12th of Sprouts. They were supposed to return on the 20th of Sprouts and obviously have not, today being the 30th of Sprouts. So, just bear that in mind. And then inspirations. One goes to Bones for the obligatory once per campaign destroying of fire elementals with 25,000 gallons of water. And one goes to Ghost for your utter disbelief at the fact that you would be attacked while breaking into a military fort.
True.
Not
I can't believe it.
Actually, both. Into and through. All right, let's see here. We are going to move back over to the map. All right. As we rejoin this combat, we had gotten back to the top of the round. First up at this new round of combat are a couple of these swarms of deep anglers. I didn't really describe these too much last time. They're these like jet black. You really can't make out the details much in the black of this water and the dark that surrounds you. But just jet black anglerfish with big beady eyes and long sharp fangs. And a swarm of, maybe 100 or so of them. That is up by the boat of Cadence and Marble. This one is actually going to... so it's coordinated enough with its friends to get up close to you guys' boat and hold its action until it has another swarm to help it try to flip your boat over. So it's holding an action. The next one is... perfect. That's this one over here. So together, these two deep angler swarms are both going to try to use their actions to try to flip Cadence and Marble's boat. I said this before, but I'll say it again this time. On a 12, they're going to shake the boat just enough to make you guys maybe have to make deck saves to not fall. On a 16, they will overturn the boat completely. They suffer a -1 to their athletics check.
My proficiency in water vehicles
It could. Let me,
It adds +1 to a saving throw, doesn't it? Well, it's not a saving throw.
yeah, something like that. Well, let's see if they even succeed, and then we'll litigate the water vehicles thing next if they do. They need one of these dice to be 13 or higher to do anything at all. Okay, that is a 16 on the die, which brings it to a 15. It is not enough to flip your boat, but it is enough to potentially jostle you guys and knock you off. I'm going to say because of your water vehicle's proficiency, I'm going to say you both have advantage, but I do need you both to make dexterity saving throws. This is for Marble and Cadence.
Nat 20, 27.
Oh, hell yeah, nice. Cadence, you're fine. You sort of plant your feet and just, you're focused enough with your gun already trained on these things. You saw this move coming.
12.
Okay, you're good. The DC was 12. Likewise, your heavy metal suit keeps you in the boat without being knocked over. Next up is Marisco. Marisco told me that he's going to try to help Bones and also kill fish. I think priority 1 for him was helping Bones. I think he's going to step up and attempt to just grapple Bones.
Sounds reasonable.
Oops, I moved the boat. All right, Marisco is not a super strong boy, but neither is Bones. Marisco's athletics is +3. No, I'm sorry. -1. I was reading the absolutely wrong stat there. So Bones, Marisco got it's an 18 on the die, 17 to try to grapple you.
So I assume that I am unwilling for this.
Correct. So I need you to make your choice of acrobatics or athletics to try to avoid being grappled.
Got it. Okay. He got an 18.
Yeah, a 17 total.
17 total. I also got a 17.
Okay, the situation remains as it is, which is that you are not grappled. So he's trying to grab onto the back of your shirt, like yelling at you. Again, to you, you hear him shouting, "Bones, Bones," in the background, but it just sounds faint, echoey. That's Marisco's action. He does not have, extra attack yet, I don't think, because he's multi-classed. So that's it for Marisco. Bonus actions for Marisco, I don't think he has one. That brings us to Patch's turn. Go ahead, Patches.
I think I'm just gonna throw up some Spirit Guardian.
Okay. Hell yeah.
It's incredibly wise.
Yep.
Action. I think for the first time this campaign, Spirit Guardian starts swirling around you. Is it still what it was last campaign, or is it something different this time?
It's anglerfish this time.
Honda Odyssey.
It's Honda Odyssey.
Yeah, I do want it to be
right?
Honda Odyssey.
Understood. A illusory. You guys see for the first time what appears to be a super otherworldly sci-fi future vehicle, swirling, just driving, doing donuts around Patch. Just swirling around and smoke rising from the tires, screeching.
Can it be quietly playing Tokyo Drift?
Absolutely, for sure.
I just watched that for the first time this week, actually.
All right, so that's your action. And a 15-foot radius around you. An illusory Honda Odyssey is doing donuts.
Is it mini small Honda Odysseys, or is it one?
I like
big-
That's up to Pat.
I like it.
It's a tough choice.
Really, really hard. Really
I
hard.
feel like there's a clear winner, but that's just me.
Yeah, I kind of like one giant.
I think I do too. That's where I lean. Okay. Full-size Honda Odyssey, swirling around. I fucking love it. Any movement or bonus action from you?
Have I, like, from where I am, can I see what is happening with him, or am I just like, something over
yeah,
there?
I mean, you see him over there. You see he looks like slack-jawed and weird, and you saw him almost just like walk right off the edge of the boat, but then he like stopped really suddenly, and then now he's kind of like looking to Cadence and looking to the water. Then that brings us to Basamaji. Just as a reminder, there is a help action still on the big one as well for the next person to attack it. Cadence had fired her little like lightning pistol thing down, and it's like you see like sparks on its fin down there, lighting it up for the next attack made against it.
Since he is charmed, he would not be considered a willing creature for an spell to try to cast on him.
It depends on the nature of the spell, but generally speaking, if you're trying to like get him to do something contrary to what he's being charmed to
It
do,
wouldn't necessarily be that. The spell, without disclosing what it is, because
sure.
I thought was could cast something on him that would potentially protect him, but it wouldn't be something that he would have to like pay attention to me or like do anything.
Potentially, yeah. Once you tell me what it is, I'll give you a straight answer, but I potentially, yes. You did also see Bones, like, struggling for a moment. He, on his own saving throw, recognized, I can't get in this water, it's dangerous, and resisted the urge to get in the water. Okay. So he is competing interest in his mind currently. So.
All right. So I'm casting Water Walk.
Okay, perfect.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, very smart.
So I'm going to do that on all of us.
Okay.
Good call. Great call.
Incredibly good decision.
Yeah, smartest thing.
What does that look like for Boss? What does his water walk look like?
Well, I don't know. I think everything else he's done so far has like color. The fairy fire is like that green with a little bit of like brown, kind of like trickling through it. And Water Walk, I think what you see is like kind of underneath the feet of everybody. Looks like imagine like walking through like short marshes.
Yeah.
And you see like water kind of rippling around it, but it's just like grass around your feet.
Hell
so
yeah.
You're like walking on top of that marsh a little bit.
Love it.
That's about it. Little cattails sticking up beside your feet and stuff like
Amazing.
that.
Kind of looks like the little pond that you were sitting by in your flashback not too long ago.
Stuff around your feet. So it's like you're walking on just the edge of a shore.
Amazing.
Where like you're on top of the water. And luckily that spell also works on acid. Mud.
Yeah, you're not unaffected. So yeah, that's huge. That changes the trajectory of this fight for sure. Just so I know, is that concentration or no? I don't think it is.
It's not. It's just 1 hour.
Sweet, amazing, cool.
Yeah.
So
how many creatures can you do it to?
10.
Can you do it to the big fish and make it suffocate?
Willing.
Yep.
That would be so funny.
Yep.
I thought about that first.
Yeah.
I thought about a couple of different.
I mean, just being able to literally run away from this is huge.
Wait,
Yeah.
how long does that last?
An hour.
We could just walk.
Well, if we want to keep the burn, like it's
I have metal shoes on.
fair.
True.
Although it does-
No, it does
No.
protect your feet. It protects you from
Spell grants the
dangerous
ability to move
things.
across any liquid such as water, acid, mud.
Oh,
And it specifically lists like lava
Okay.
and acid as things you can just walk right over.
Nice.
So.
Almost solid ground.
excellent.
Yep. Okay, that's Boss's action. Do you have bonus action or movement you want to use? Are you good?
I think that's going to be it for me now.
Okay. Next up is Ghost.
All right.
Ghost, you feel like light and pebbles underneath your feet, like you're walking on the shores of a shallow pond.
Yeah, Ghost is going to pull out a small knife. Just like a little utility knife that he's got. Prick his finger and smear the blood kind of on one of his antennae to get that kind of irony taste in his, not really his mouth, but the way he tastes.
Yeah, on his antennas.
Yeah. And then thinking back to when he had used Phantasmal Force in the gangster fight in the casino, tries to get a bit more creative with that spell. And I need the Deep Angler Behemoth to make an intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw, you say?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Really seems like this whole time you keep using intelligence saves on my stupid beast. All right, it's going to be a big old -4 to its saving throw.
Thank God.
That's a nat 5 for 1 total.
Beautiful. Yeah, so taking some of that kind of irony taste, he's going to make that kind of fill the Deep Angler's mind, and I'm casting Enemies Abound.
Ooh, nice. Jesus. Gnarly.
So when I feel the spell connect, I'm going to telepathically yell out to everybody, "Everybody get down! Don't let it see you!" And I'm going to hook my staff on the back of, like, Boss's like collar and pull him down with me, and I go prone in the boat so it can't see me.
Okay, incredible. Yeah, you and Boss both kind of get low in your boat. You kind of use your movement to pull him down with you at half speed, essentially, is not a problem. So you guys both essentially go prone, we'll say. I will say being prone on a boat that you're trying to not be knocked off will also give you advantage on not being knocked off if that comes up.
Quickly, how far away is Cadence from me? She's the furthest from my character.
Cadence is the furthest person away from you, and she is 30 feet away from you.
That's my
All right. Ghost, anything else for you?
I believe that is it. I don't really have any bonus actions, so sweet.
Outstanding. That brings us to the Deep Angler Behemoth's turn. Bones, you look up at Cadence, you feel an intense fear. You see this light glimmering under the water. You see your feet turn, or are standing on the edge of a shallow pond, and you feel your senses slowly kind of coming back to you. Your charm ends at the start of this creature's turn. So you are no longer charmed. And then, Ghost, tell me what Enemies Abound
Not
does.
great news because you're still afraid of me and you can see me.
True.
Essentially, it treats all creatures in the area as hostile, so it rolls randomly to target, like select its targets.
Okay, incredible. In that case, let's see here. So technically, tell me the exact wording. It's just everything that is in range of its attacks it chooses randomly from, or everything like within 5 feet of it?
Whenever the affected creature chooses another creature as a target, it must choose the target at random from among the creatures it can see within range of the attack, spell, or other ability it is using.
Okay. Its range is only 5 feet. So like it's you guys, everyone off to the east is not really a target. Likewise, this swarm here is not a target. It swims just straight up towards the surface and comes like right here. Movement is not affected by the spell. So it's kind of like up above the other swarm, kind of intermingling with it. And that puts Bones, Marble, Cadence, and this other swarm in its range. I think it makes good sense that the swarm would count as more than one creature for the purpose of this spell. I'm not going to, have it roll, as hundreds of targets. Let's say that I'm going to roll a D. It's so many fish. I'm going to say I'm going to roll a D20. On a 1, 2, or 3, that is Cadence, Marble, Bones. 4 and above, it goes for the other swarm. It's got 3 attacks, so I'm going to roll this 3 times. Actually, I'll do it 1 at a time in case it kills that swarm. So first, let's see if this is 1, 2, or 3 in front of the board. 4. Okay.
Too close.
It swims up towards the surface, and at the last moment, as it's going right towards you, Bones, as you finally get your senses back, you see this looming, shadowing, giant maw coming up from the water, and then it diverts at the last second and goes to just chomp a bunch of these little fish surrounding it. That's a 12 to hit. Unfortunately, the first attack misses. These little fish move sort of in tandem like a school of fish does, dodging a predator, like moving around it. Okay, second attack. Let's see if it gets a 1, 2, or 3 again. 12, it attacks the swarm again. This time it hits. The swarm would take 17 points of damage. However, it is resistant to piercing damage, so it takes half and takes 9 points of piercing damage.
Does it have resistance to being swallowed whole?
So essentially what happens, the reason a swarm has advantage against bludgeoning, piercing, slashing is because you can't quite get a lot. But this thing does swallow whole about 7 of the fish from this swarm. And then it's going to make its third attack. Once again, choosing a random target. 1, 2, or 3 is one of you guys. 18 attacks the swarm again. This time it hits again. Takes 18. So once again, it's 18 halved to 9 more points of damage to the swarm. Okay, that's its action for those 3 attacks. As a bonus action, it does something that is not an attack, so technically the Enemies Abound does not affect this. While it is down here, chunk. Oh, does it? Is it not just attacks? What's it say?
Attacks, spells, or other abilities.
Okay, it's another ability. All right. This time, I'm going to say that it can affect the whole swarm with this ability, so it's going to be just a 1 in 4 chance.
Does it have a big range?
Oh, that's a good point. Let me check the range. Oh, Jesus. Huge range. Okay, so the eligible targets for what this thing is going to do is everything on the board except Bones, with the swarms each being
And
treated...
Boss and Ghost, because they're prone in a boat?
Correct. It can't see Boss or Ghost at the moment. So the options are Cadence, Marble, Morisco, Patches, or one of the 3 swarms. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a D8.
100?
1 is Cadence, 2 is Marble, 3 is Morisco, 4 is Patches, 5, 6, 7 are Swarms, 8 I'll just roll again. That is a 5. It goes for one of the swarms.
Bless.
You see that as it's swirling around, biting at this southernmost swarm, it turns at the end of chomping up about 20 of them and lowers its light down towards the other swarm. The other swarm is now charmed by this swarm and must approach it.
Hey, nice.
Meaning, yeah, that's gonna be bad. It's so bad. It's bad here. Okay, it's fine. It's feeding well. It's not gonna move. That's gonna stay right
I love
there.
a fun utility fight where we just use utility
Hell
and
yeah.
you fight yourself.
For sure. Okay, that brings us to Bones. It is your turn. You are no longer charmed, however, you do remain frightened of Cadence.
That tracks. It reminds me of trench warfare against mages. Let's do.
You do hear ghosts in your mind telepathically tell you, like, get down. You hear that sort of breaking through the den of everything.
Okay, got it. I was about to ask if I heard that before the charm broke or how that worked. Okay, excellent. Then I will use my action to just fire into the water at the big one, and then I will drop prone.
Okay, your shot is at disadvantage because of being frightened.
Understood. I will. I can't.
Well, you have.
You hear telepathically in your mind, you point your gun down, and Ghost says, don't do that.
Okay, I drop prone.
Okay, you're choosing half your movement to drop prone. Anything else? You still have an action remaining.
Main action ready to stabilize the ship.
Okay.
Or the boat.
Love it. Okay, cool. Okay, excellent. That is it for Bones' turn. Last one of these swarms is the one up by Boss and Ghost. Let's see, they don't see Boss and Ghost anymore. They aren't charmed.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Fast hands, can I paddle the boat away and then do all
I'll allow it. Yeah.
Cool. Fast hands, I just move the boat as far as I can.
Okay, moving it back, like towards
Back
Patches.
away from all this kerfuffle. Yeah, towards Patches.
Okay, this one in the water is not charmed or anything fucky. It just wants to keep doing what it's doing, which is trying to get something to eat. It can't currently see Boss and Ghost, but it saw them not long ago and is going to keep trying to do what it was trying to do, which is knock a boat over. I'm going to have it do just a luck check here to see whether it goes for Patches or Boss and Ghost. We'll do evens for Boss and Ghost. It's evens. It's going for Boss and Ghost. Working by itself, it's going to try to rock your boat. And needs 17 or 13 or higher on this die to do anything. It's a 12, it fails. You guys feel the bottom of your boat being like a bunch of fish like hitting the bottom of your boat, but not rocking it enough to do anything meaningful to you guys. Cadence, that is your turn now. You see the fish down in the water, like at the moment, basically fighting each other. Ghost has told you essentially, like, get down. You tell me what you want to do.
Yeah, okay. I'll drop prone.
Okay. Half your movement.
Yes. I will bonus action hide. Or whatever that's worth.
Okay, yeah, give me a stealth check.
19 total.
Okay, yes, you feel well hit.
Then I'm gonna hold my action for. I don't know if I can do this. So if I either fail my saving throw or they flip the boat, I'm going to dash.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I'll say that you can hold an action to dash, basically, like, when you deem it is time to go.
Yes.
You don't need a specific trigger for that, just you can dash when you're ready. Okay, that is it for Cadence, it looks like. Next up is Marble.
All right, I'm going to pilot the boat up
Okay.
northeast towards Boss and Ghost.
5, 10, 15, 20, get you there.
What's the movement speed of this?
30.
And then I'll try to get kind of a little bit past them too, like to the right more.
To the right more, so like right.
That way we can just kind of skirt around these guys.
Like right there?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
And then I will go prone as well. So is it raw or just ZE that it's happy movement to go prone?
I'm sorry, what's that?
You said it's happy movement to go prone?
Yeah, it's wrong. That's normal 5e stuff.
Is it?
Yep. Cast fire movement.
It's done.
It's
not?
Oh yeah, it's normally free.
Oh, am I making that up?
It's half
Stand
it
up.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, never mind. I was
Okay.
wrong about all that.
Okay. That's me. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna get out of the way.
You are going to go prone, or you staying up?
I'm gonna go prone.
Okay, got it. All right. That brings us to the top of the round. Let's see, which one of these swarms is this? This one.
The deep angler that's next to Patches is inside his
Oh, you're
Guardian.
correct. Yes, it did. It took its turn. I'm going to have to make a wisdom saving throw.
For the Honda Odyssey.
That is a failure on the wisdom saving throw. These fish come up to the surface to try to bat Boss and Ghost's boat, and your Honda Odyssey runs over him as it does its donuts. Roll me your,
Flattens them, leaving tire treads on this.
I believe it's 3d8 radiant, if I'm not mistaken.
12.
12 points of radiant damage to this thing as a bunch of fish scattering across the surface of the water and start just floating at the top of the water. Okay, back to the top. This is the one that is charmed by the big one. These fish just turn and start basically like swimming all around this big one, swirling all around it in every direction. Sweet. You guys pretty much get the sense. We may be able to even come out of initiative here. We'll keep going for a bit to see if you guys get rid of this one. But it's going to take this situation down here a while to sort itself out. You guys could flee. But
I assume the plan is to sit here and watch them kill each other.
yeah, that works too.
Yeah.
All right, next Deep Angler Swarm. Okay, this is the one that's being chomped up by its mom. It doesn't want to get chomped up by its mom.
Fair.
What I'm trying to decide is if it fights back or if it flees. And if it flees, whether it flees, or tries to go eat more food from you guys. I think it is just going to straight flee. I think it's going to try to run away from this.
It's a beast.
Yep, it's going to take a full disengage, and it just swims away from this situation. Makes off into the distance. You guys don't see where it goes. To your view, it disappears down into the deep. All right, Morisco, are you here now? I think I hear you in there.
Yep, I'm here. Help.
Marmar.
Hello.
Excellent. You're up. The situation is Big One is charmed with the spell, which makes it attack the closest thing. Everyone else has kind of gotten away from it, so the closest thing will always be the little fish. The little fish down to the left are charmed by the big fish and have approached it. The only thing left really fighting you guys is a swarm of fish down here that just got partly run over by a ghostly illusion of a Honda Odyssey, but is otherwise trying to like knock over someone's boat and dump them into the water, though it is having a hard time doing that with its modifier.
We also all have water walk now. Too.
Oh yes, you are currently under the effects of a water walk. You look down at your feet and you see your feet look like they're walking at the edge of a shallow pool. There's like fronds of swamp grass and pebbles under your feet, and you currently have water walk.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Let's just pick off fish. If there's less fish, they have less chance to tip over the boat.
Makes sense.
I can't think of any way to make lightning into cooking, so I'm just gonna shoot a lightning.
Love it. I'm imagining the like spark of a like a gas stove as it starts.
Good start. Good start.
All right. Is that a saving throw or an attack roll? Oh, you just rolled an attack roll and it was a nat one. Right, got it. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately, your attack is a miss. Lightning like hits the water but doesn't quite disperse the way you might expect it to. All right. Anything else for you?
I hate it down here. This is terrible. Can we leave now? Are we good? No?
The other thing you missed was that Ghost told us to duck inside the boat so that it can't see us, so it constantly starts attacking the other fish. And everyone else has been going prone in their boats.
Oh, that's right.
Well, if everyone else is prone, I'd feel silly not going prone. So
You know, that makes sense. All right, cool. The two of you sort of get down low in your boat. Next up is Patches.
I'll probably just heal Bones. Because why not?
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
I guess I will just use healing word.
Okay, healing word for Bone.
8.
All right, 8 points of healing to Bones. 25, if I'm not mistaken. Okay,
I think that'll be it.
sweet. That's Patches just kind of standing there letting your Honda Odyssey just run over all these fish. Unhinged behavior. Next up is Boss.
So yeah, are we staying? Are we staying here?
The impression I get from Ghost, at least, is we're bailing and letting this problem deal with itself.
As I was gonna say, the large one will take care of the others, but we will have to then take care of it. Let's go.
Yeah.
But then we are prone.
Yeah.
So
I would say that, like, essentially, being prone is going to impose disadvantage on your DC 5 water vehicles check to row a boat. You're going to be fine. You can row the boat prone. You kind of can't really see where you're going super well, but you can, like, again, you're not laying flat. You're kind of on your knees, hunched over, but you can still row and still see where you're going just fine.
well, let's go.
Okay. So, yeah, you start rowing. Your action is to row your boat 30 feet. 10, 20. 30 gets you right there. That was your action.
Where are we in relation? Are we directly due east to the Isle?
It's actually, if I remember correctly, it's actually south. But yeah, you're about 20,
We're southeast of it.
Yeah, I think like southeast of the island itself. Yeah.
Go northwest, yeah.
Yeah, push me up.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. So, yeah. I'll just yeah. Okay, makes sense.
I assume we're just getting away from this and then going around it. Yeah.
Right. Makes sense. I'll give you to the most away direction you can be. So 10, 20, 30 gets you basically all the way up here to the kind of the edge of the map. Okay, that's boss's turn. Next up, we'll stay in initiative for just a little bit longer because it could still matter for a little bit longer. But let's see. Ghost, you're up.
Yeah, I think it just maintain concentration. Everybody seems to be more or less doing all right.
Okay.
I will, I guess, for the sake of contributing a little bit, I will cast a mind sliver on the swarm that's kind of next to Patches there.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. That's an int save, right?
Yes.
So close to a nat 20, but it was actually a 2 for a total of -2.
Beautiful. That's a whole 6 points of psychic damage.
Hey,
to
we'll
that
take
swarm.
it. It's not nothing.
Okay, at least don't resist it.
All right. Okay. Big deep angler has one enemy in range. It's going to attack the enemy that is in range 3 times. Hits. Misses on the second attack. Hits on the third attack. Does 41 points of damage, which gets halved to 20. It has eaten more than half of the swarm that is swirling around it. I don't think you guys can even really see what's going on in the water down there at the moment. Just a bunch of like water, burbling, blood, a bunch of fish rising to the surface of the water and floating on the surface, lights sort of flickering out.
I like the idea of like the glows just dimming.
Yeah, the glow just dimming underneath the water. Yeah, hell yeah, that's a really cool visual. It does, once again, have the ability to charm anything within 120 feet. I think it sees that the meal that it is currently eating is almost gone and it's not full yet. It wants to continue eating. So it's still going to make an effort to charm something else. However, it has to just pick randomly who it tries to charm. So once again, we're going to roll a, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Isn't it just, 8. It's just 2. It's just Patches in the Deep Angler, right?
Prone
in the boat?
Well, boss go. Oh yeah, you guys are prone. I'm sorry, I forgot you went prone, so I couldn't see you specifically.
It's
yes.
just Bones, Patches, and Bones is immune. And the
Yep.
Deep Angler.
Bones is prone,
Thank you.
yeah.
But yeah, he's also immune. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's just Patches and the 2 Deep Angler swarms that are visible.
Unless Patches went prone.
Patches, did you go prone on your turn? You could have.
If everyone else was.
Yeah, if you were kind of told to, so you drop prone. Okay, in that case, this charm is kind of immaterial. We'll still do it because I mean it could matter. Evens, it tries to charm the one close to it. Odds, it's the one further away. Odds, it tries to charm one further away. The one further away is now charmed. Okay, at this point, if you guys are moving to leave, I'm going to let you just leave. The only one that was left fighting just got charmed and is going to start approaching the baddie.
Last question I have. I'm down to run. What was it again, Cadence, that you had done? Prepare like a shot of lightning thing.
Oh yeah, on the
Whenever
big behemoth, no one has attacked it. It has like a sparking sort of bola snare that's like sparking in the water, just giving advantage to the next attack made against it.
Understood.
Yeah, nothing critical.
Okay.
Okay. That being the case, assuming you guys are ready to be done with these fuckers, with that, the situation grows a little bit less time sensitive as you guys put some distance behind you as you watch one by one these lights flickering out until all that is left is one big light. And you see it lingers in the water for a short while and then just sort of goes down into the deep. And then I think perhaps there are a tense couple of minutes where you wonder if it is following you or not, because it does swim a little faster than you. However, it eventually, you are content that you are not being followed any longer. Go ahead, Cadence.
Once I'm relatively certain that the fish is not following us anymore, I'd like to look up towards the ceiling. Is anything watching us from up there?
Lovely question. Give me a perception check.
It's more fish.
Somebody,
Terrible question.
it's flying anglerfish up there.
That evil up there.
There's more lights.
Pretty bad for me. Perception is going to be 10 total.
Okay. It's honestly, I should have made you roll disadvantage.
I don't need it.
It's less an issue of your perception and more an issue of you guys have, I think, 3 sources of light, like your staff.
And you don't have dark vision.
Patches
No dark
light.
I don't. I can't see
Beyond the 60 feet of light you are emitting, it goes to pitch black for a while. And in the ceiling, you see just faint sort of glowing of some sort of maybe minerals or some sort of fungus or something that's giving off a little bit of phosphorescent or bioluminescent light. But you can't make out the details of the ceiling. It seems to be far, far, far above you.
Okay.
I did have the kind of similar question there after we ended up in combat. Just using smell, has anything else moved around us that changed? Like any other foul beasts, whatever?
Yeah. Just passively, you don't smell anything new. You still, the strongest smell that hits your trunk is just the burning acidic vinegar you smell of the water you're in.
I assume that's pretty overwhelming.
Yeah, it kind of affects your ability to smell much of anything else. But you start to smell kind of like smoke and sulfur and soot as well. The closer you get to the Isle of Ash, I'll pull away from this map for a moment. You find yourself approaching in the distance the Isle of Ash, maybe only 10 minutes or so in front of you.
And with my eagle eye lens, I like to pull up and see if I see any other sentries or guards. Maybe, to see if we need to squanch our torches.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a perception check with advantage from your lens. Make it straight, actually. I haven't seen what you rolled yet, but because you have both advantage and disadvantage here, you're looking into dim lighting, which gives you disadvantage, and you have advantage from your lens, so just a straight roll.
16. 14.
Okay. Looking ahead, I had mentioned last time that you've spotted kind of the best way for you to currently go. This island is sort of like a caldera, and there's sort of like a mountain is too tall of a term, but big hills, big spires of stone making a ring around it, and it wouldn't be immediately obvious where to go, but your check last time found sort of like a pass that goes between them that you would head towards. But on 14, you don't see guards, you don't see towers built into the mountains as lookouts. I think I mentioned last time that you saw a few things kind of flittering and flying. You don't see those at the moment on that check. You saw them earlier. You weren't sure what they were, just some sort of flying creature. For all you know, it could have been a bat or some monstrous thing. Sure. But yeah, as you look ahead in the pitch darkness of this colossal cavern, the Isle of Ash looms before you, again, mostly as a silhouette, because you are in pitch darkness in this cavern, outlined in flashes of hazy orange by the chaotic volcanic activity of the island. You see spewing streams of bubbling magma that occasionally burst out into the water. It is an island formed of jagged crests of shattered gray and black stone jutting hundreds, sometimes thousands of feet above the water, which create an enormous caldera stretching about 5 miles in diameter is the whole size of the island. And again, with your smell, first visually, there is a noxious, kind of acrid green fog that hangs over the surface of the water. You find it starting to sort of... You're approaching an area of kind of green fog hanging over the water as you get closer to this island. And it kind of surrounds it, and it goes through the crevices of its mountains. And you start to feel the air around you growing hot and thick with kind of a putrid smog. There are... As you get to the point where you can sort of make out this pass that you're headed towards, there are like flakes of ash and soot that kind of just hang in the still air like snowflakes. So yeah, from the distance you currently are, the main thing you see, you don't see towers, you don't see flying things, but the main thing you see are what appear to be natural hazards. There's like a thick green fog and just like a soot and a smoke in the air. The smell starts, the smell of the acrid acidic water starts to be overpowered by the smell of like sulfur and smoke and ash and soot, and kind of methane and burning. So yeah. You see ahead of you this narrow fissure between 2 mountains that looks like the way that would be the most obvious way into the island, at least.
I think that takes Boss pretty heavily. That smell and the overwhelming nature of it. So pulls his hood up from his cloak and tucks his trunk and everything and ties his cloak as close as he can around his face. Only his eyes are really showing at this point.
Yeah. Yep. You kind of cover your mouth and nose as much as you can with sort of like a cloth. And Marble, go ahead.
I'm gonna kind of row our boat a little over to Patches. Be like, hey, Patches, could you take a picture? And I just want to have an ideal, like, when is an ideal time for a picture with, if we're close enough to like a backdrop, and just like picture of us in the boats.
Yes, I can do that.
Give me a photography tools check.
I'm gonna make a scrapbook.
I'm literally making a scrapbook. I gotta show my family.
At the end of
In the
this
fog.
campaign, I have that scrapbook.
Thick fog, pitch blackness.
Well, I'm assuming we can get, when we get closer to the island, there'll be like a little bit of some ash in the air, and
bit,
when
yeah.
the water's green.
It's gonna be hard to pick it up on a old timey camera, but let's find out.
We have
Maybe
our,
that
we have lights that are supplying light.
Yeah. I just mean
the fog,
to
though, it
see
just
past.
creates-
Oh
yeah.
no! It'll be even.
I just mean it's going to be a feat of photography. Let's see if we accomplish
What do I
it.
add to this again?
This is wisdom and proficiency and lore, so you're adding your wisdom plus 6. So I think it's plus 10 for you right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
27.
Outstanding. You get the feeling that in a few weeks, when you develop this film, that's probably going to be a pretty good photo.
I mean, like all my other photos.
That is the second 27 we've had. The other one was the relief pics. So
But yeah, you guys
Keep a list of all these pictures so that when we get halfway through this campaign, I can update the ending to just be all the pictures.
yeah, that would be so cute.
That's a really cute idea.
I like it.
I'm imagining the scene of like sitting around the scrapbook.
Also, I love the idea. I mean, this is just flavor-wise. I love the idea of this photograph coming out as well as it possibly could
Right.
in this situation, but in fog with like lights inside fog.
I was at
Backlit.
27.
Okay, but backlit, like it'd be like you could make out like perfect silhouettes of all of us with a back
Yeah.
glow.
Oh,
a
yeah.
couple, like bulbs of light.
hell yeah.
inside of it.
Very
So, like,
like Polaroid indie band cover.
yeah,
For
like,
sure.
you can't see our facial features at all, but
Right.
like, you see perfect silhouettes of us cutting
Boats rowing into the fog towards the silhouette of the Isle of Ash, these jagged mountains, a bit of an
As
orange.
good as that photograph could turn out.
My
sure.
favorite part is that Patches is alone on his boat rowing it and has to stop for 10 minutes.
It's not 10 minutes, it's fast, it's chick.
It's just like
Yeah. This is
Okay.
the day of being able to order a Kodak camera through a Sears catalog.
Yeah.
We're at that point in history.
Got it.
You guys begin to approach the edge of the island where you start to enter into this noxious sort of green fog. Your eyes kind of sting a little bit. It's nothing deleterious enough to harm you or do anything, dangerous in the short term, but you feel that this is not a good place. Go ahead, Bo.
Do I know what the gas is? The smell smells like sulfur. That's usually yellow.
Yeah, give me a nature check. I would allow survival if it's better for you. Or alchemist's tools would probably be your best thing, but I guess you don't have that.
I kind of do, but not really. 13.
13. You're not totally sure. It doesn't remind you of anything that you have smelled or seen before. You don't think
Okay.
it's just like...
Not sulfur, not methane.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Let's see here. Boss.
Oh, I was going to say, now that we were approaching the stone that makes up the Isle of Ash, is there anything significant about it?
I think you're going to have to get a little bit closer to take a good look at it. You can give me right now like a nature check with disadvantage from a distance, but I would let you repeat
How about
it.
I'll just hold it?
Okay.
I'll
excellent.
wait till we're close enough to see it.
Yeah, take a better look at it. Cadence, go ahead.
And as we come into this like little canal situation, I think you described it as.
Yeah.
Can I keep an eye out for traps? And like, if I was gonna hide here to see if someone was coming, where would I hide? Is anybody
Absolutely.
watching us, and are there traps coming in?
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
Rolling like shit tonight. It's gonna be 14.
14. Yeah, you look carefully. You're approaching kind of a fissure pass between two mountainsides. Kind of imagine that like scene from Lord of the Rings where they ride by that big tower going through two mountains. Kind of riding through the edge of this caldera ring. And you kind of look up to the sides of the mountains, to their tops. You think that where someone would put like a watchtower, if they were going to put one, would be up on top of those towers. On a 14, you do start to see nestled into the tops of those mountains are some sorts of like man-made structures, little alcoves or balconies, things like that. You're not making out like full watchtowers, but you get the sense perhaps these were here for the purpose of not being obvious watchtowers. But you start to see spots where that clearly look man-made, where clearly something could sit and watch this path. But on a 14, you don't see anybody or anything in those alcoves, in those watch
This
spots.
might be a stretch too far on a 14. Does it look old? Like it's been here for a long time?
On a 14, I don't think you can tell from this distance. You need a closer look.
Yep.
And from last session, when I first spotted the fissure,
Yeah.
I chose that specifically because it didn't look like the primary path?
It's hard to say what it's been used for. You don't have any obvious evidence of that. What you saw is like you looked across the edge of this caldera, this sort of quote-unquote mountain range, and didn't see any obvious way in except this fissure.
Okay, that's what
so it does kind of seem to be the primary way in, or perhaps the only way in.
I say I'm going to use just free action. I'm going to extinguish my staff.
Okay, yeah, you turn your staff out. Everybody else following suit?
Just like free action, I'll just say like point out the reliefs I see and just keep your eyes open.
Okay. Boss, you sort of move your hand across the top of your father's staff and speak Roshani, and the light goes out.
That's Adhira.
Oh, that's the off word. Okay.
Ghost, are you covering your staff?
You'll find out. Yeah, he'll do it, but he holds your hand the entire time.
That's fine. I'll hold your hand.
You grasp.
Would this be something I could give him resistance on?
If you wish to.
I'll give you add a D4 to it. I'll help you be brave.
Yeah. Boss, Marble and Boss have been helping you be brave together. Pretty 212.
Yeah, I think the whole time that we've been going, I think Ghost has had dancing lights, just one on the kind of bowsprit of each of the little canoes, and he'll douse those and cover up the lamp with a cloth.
Makes sense. I think those are the only two light sources. So as you speak out here and put your hand over your lamp, or over your staff, over your father's staff, and Ghost throws a cloth over his lamp, things go nearly pitch black. There's still a dim light being emitted by sort of the volcanic activity of this island, but you are largely now in darkness. Cadence, you're pretty much blind, mechanically speaking. Everyone else, I believe, has dark vision, which means within whatever range of dark vision you have dim lighting. You can see in shades of gray, but you can't see at all beyond that. You can absolutely continue to move this way. It just is going to make movement harder. And let's see here. If that's how we're moving, Marble, why don't you roll me a water vehicles check? Bones will help, I believe, to give you advantage. However, the dim light is going to give you disadvantage. So just
Do
a straight.
I get to add my vehicles lord?
Absolutely.
Okay. 20.
Okay. It is not an easy task. I've been, understating, or not understating. I've been stating how easy it is to row a rowboat. You were not struggling at all till now. But now you find yourself moving through kind of a narrow fissure pass and doing so nearly blind. Not being able to see more than about 60 feet in front of you, and everything in front of you in that range is dim and gray and black. But 20 is a very good roll. You manage avoiding to run your boat into anything along the way, and eventually come to a point where your boats sort of reach shallow water. You begin to be able to see a little bit better, moving from darkness now to just kind of an ever-present dim light. As you pull, your boats sort of reach the shore, this rocky shore of this island, and you can sort of get a better view now that you're sort of inside of the area, maybe right here-ish where I'm pinging. You can see that the source of the light, much of the island, as far as you can see in every direction, is volcanically active. All across the island are burbling craters and chasms that spew fountains of bright orange lava. The entire center of the island, which you couldn't see till now in character, I know you guys have had a map for a while, but the entire center of the island is one massive volcanic crater that emits an eerie orange light, illuminating the hazy green mist overlying the whole island. And where there are not craters and chasms spewing lava, there are low-lying pools of bubbling and steaming acidic water. The air here continues to sting your eyes and nostrils. There's a stench like sulfur and vinegar and charcoal. But you guys, if you choose to, get your boats to the shore and pull them up onto the black rocks around you. Careful not to... you don't have to be careful not to step in the water because you can't. As you step off of your boats, you step onto... pebbles and swamp frond, and don't get your feet into the acidic water. Go ahead, boss.
2 questions on that. How long has it been since I cast that?
It has been 20 minutes since you cast it. So you got 40 left.
3 questions. Second, now that we're on the rock, I want to observe, is there anything significant different about this rock? Is this standard volcanic rock?
Yeah.
Is this shale slate?
Go ahead and roll me a nature check.
Can I help them? I actually want to find a rock.
Yeah, you can give me give it with advantage, boss.
Dirty 20?
Never mind, I'm not proficient.
Okay, so it's just a straight roll. It was a dirty 20 in nature. You don't actually have rock lore or anything, do you? I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
I just love them.
Yeah, you just love them.
I
get
will
that.
also make a rock check.
Sure, yeah, give me a nature check.
I have rock.
7.
7, okay. On a 20, you pick up a couple of these rocks from the ground and look at them. It is... I haven't, in my world building invented a name for it, but this is a mineral that you have never seen before. It is a hard black and gray stone-like substance. Yeah. You get the sense we've kind of talked about this last time. You are about as deep goes. You are near to the ley lines and to the bottom of the Underdark to where you start moving beyond like the crust of this planet.
So do I see any other like deposits in like the cliff faces or anything?
Yeah, on a 20, you do see some like glittering veins of adamantine, like you saw earlier, or up higher in the Underdark. You sort of see like glistening sort of veins of those. And then you see on a 20, alongside the adamantine, it's less common, but you see some also veins of something that is like, it looks like obsidian. It's like that sort of glassy black appearance, but it has, as you look closely at it, like an orangish glow. It almost looks like the Palantir from Lord of the Rings. There's like a glow inside of it. You don't know what it is on a 20, but you get the sense that this is probably valuable. It's some sort of strange gemstone or strange ore of some kind that you've never seen before in your life.
Is there any loose? I'm not trying to make noise at this point.
I think on a 20 you find some that you could pry free without having to do any serious mining. You find like a big chunk of rock that has a little streak of that orange black stuff in it that you can sort of pocket.
I'll take that. I'll take also the hard rock, the first one you discussed, the one that I don't recognize.
You get all kind of one piece. You have basically a big chunk of that hard stone with a vein streak of that red, orange, black sort of stuff in it. So
I'll also take a few, let's call it like 5 pebbles of the hard.
Sure, yeah, just grab some pebbles. Yep, add them to your pebble collection. Love it.
I did have a third. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Now that we're inside here and there is more light, I'd also like to take one more look around with my eagle lens.
Yeah. Give me another perception check with advantage.
Cool, that's great. 26. I'd like to start scanning from the west to the main caldera and then further east.
Yeah. You sort of, in order to find these, and find and collect these sort of minerals, you sort of make your way up to a little bit of a crest where you can get a better view and do a quick scan along the side. What did you say your total was? I'm sorry?
26.
26 is very good. You can see, kind of like the map depicts here. What's the total you can look through your thing? 2 miles?
2 miles.
Okay.
I can see detail
up to 2 miles, right?
2 feet across, like high detail.
Fine detail. You look through it. About 2 to 2.5 miles is how you get to the center of the island. It's about 5 miles in diameter. So you can at least see kind of the southern half of this island and kind of like an arc around, surrounding you down here. I need to put like a pointer for where you guys are, but you're like right here.
Got it.
Closest thing to you as you look kind of at your immediate next thing, and you see more of these sort of scattered all around. There are ruins. They are, with being able to see all the fine details, they're ancient stone buildings of like kind of blocky, brutalist architecture. Most of them that you see are sort of half buried or long since eroded and crumbled by the harsh environment.
Are those stone, like native stone, or are those?
Yes, with that good check, they seem to be built of the same stones that you're seeing around here. Yep, though clearly worked, clearly man-made. You start to notice as you sort of do a scan that the ruins are more prominent towards the edges of the island, and as you move towards the center, they become increasingly either not present at all or increasingly like buried. You get the sense that over however many years or centuries, volcanic activity has buried a lot of these ruins, less so towards the edges and more so towards the middle. So yeah, you see towards the middle lots of like the tops and roofs of buildings. You got a 26, and you can see detail from up to 2 miles away. Kind of in the southern foothills of the central sort of crater, through all the thick mist and smoke on a 26, you can see ruins, though barely visible, mostly buried under the volcanic activity. But you also see cranes and like the remains of tents. easy enough to piece together. You've seen these sorts of things before. Dig sites, so where work is being done. On the 26th, again, able to see fine detail. You don't immediately see any people, but you see what appear to be dig sites up there towards the central crater. So that's kind of your first glance. As you look out to the west, it's kind of just more of the same of what I've described. More ruins to the edges, less ruins towards the center. Out to the east, you see, again, more ruins. On the farthest east end of the island, you can just barely make it out on your 26. You see that there is sort of a, it's just more ruins, but the main thing you see are little glimmering pinpricks of light, just like faint orange bits of light off towards the furthest east sort of corner, southeastern corner of the island. And then beyond to sort of the north and the northwest and the northeast, it's just too much smoke and mist.
Those lights to the east, are they like flickering like flame? Do they appear to be...
I think out of 26, it's more than 2 miles. You can't quite make out the details. You just see flickering
I don't
light.
see any camps besides the lights and the dig site. I don't see any other like...
The closest thing you see to camps are the kind of those dig sites up towards the craters. You don't see anything.
And I don't see any of the little flying creatures.
Yeah, good point. Creatures. On a 26, you do see a number of just like flying creatures. You can get a little bit of a better view of them now. You kind of wait for a minute and spot one and follow it like a bird watcher a little bit through your lens. They are about the size of like a halfling or a gnome, maybe 4 feet tall or so. Kind of approximately humanoid in sort of shape and size. Kind almost like draconic looking. They are these sort of like purple gray figures, bipedal, humanoid shaped with big leathery bat-like wings, and there are just quills and spines protruding off of them in all directions like a porcupine. You see a handful of those on your first glance, sort of flittering around various parts of the island. You don't see any special concentration of them anywhere particular. Yeah, you don't see any big flocks of them, and you don't see like, oh, there's a bunch of them here and only a few there. They kind of seem to be dispersed evenly over the island. And then also just other various creatures you see. Like some big hulking sort of rhinoceros-sized terrible things with 8 horns like a frill, like a triceratops. Just bad monsters. Give me a, let's call it a religion check. 16, you would at least guess, based on the lore you've learned so far, you don't know specifically what any of these creatures are, but you would suspect them to be various kinds of demons and devils, fiends of one variety or another.
These are on the ground.
Some are flying, some are walking, but yeah, the ones, yeah. And then as you're doing that scouting, let's go to Bones.
So I see you pick up the stones. Is that valuable? The stones, would more of it be useful or valuable to us?
I do believe that this is true. Yes, I at this point take a sample just for myself in case we need to flee. I do not want to be burdened.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Does
I do not have a bag myself of holding.
I turn around and show you my handy haversack, which could hold like 1,000 pounds or something.
Hell yeah.
Okay, well, at this time, I think it would be wise to not make any noise to move these.
I agree, and I don't think we should do this now, but we should talk about it so that we can do it on the way out, because being insanely rich would be useful.
I agree, and this is this stone, this black volcanic stone, these orange fissures, they are valuable. I don't know what they are, but I can promise that they are of worth.
I failed to mention earlier, sorry to interrupt really quickly. I described the things that are novel and interesting to you. There is also just regular granite and pumice and volcanic stone and stuff. The things that are new to you are those things.
But this I do believe is worth a great deal.
Right. Does anybody have the ability to magically freeze water, to quickly freeze water? It is not a high priority, but I was not in the separate team, but I worked with them closely. They laid the lines for the radio, and they would compete. The normal miners' picks and explosives, and the mages would always gloat that there is almost nothing that is better for tearing rock apart than to just let water freeze. If we can freeze water, we could probably shave off at least a splinter of it.
Nothing like a Daybreak City in the wintertime with all those potholes.
Yes, it is. Nature has a way of destroying itself quite efficiently. We can deal with that later. Maybe we...
I could freeze the water. I could not move it, though. I could freeze it once it's there.
Well, I mean, I don't have a ton of water on me.
No.
Oh, wait, I do have a ton of
I was
water
gonna
on
say,
me.
There's so much water
I
on
have
you.
so much water.
You just drop one of those things in
A ton
there.
of water on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, for what it's worth, I don't think we're gonna like sidetrack to do this, but as we're walking, if I see a crack, a seam, I'll be like, okay, now's the time, and I'm gonna fill it with water, try to freeze it, and see if we can just splinter off some shards.
Sure, yeah, why
We
not?
could knock off the entire side of a mountain.
Correct. Yeah. This is no joke. This is a great way to shale a bunch of stone. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do right now, you can. You're in a spot to do it. With the 26 and your 20 nature check, you find like a big fissure. If you guys want to do that real quick, try to break off some. There's a chance you could even get some adamantium.
I was
That's what I
gonna
was saying,
say,
adamantium
if there's any way to get adamantium
Say,
out, it's gotta be
you're,
this.
what will happen? Like the water expanding will not break adamantium, but it will break the stone around the
Right.
adamantium and potentially
Right.
free
Just
some
get
to be
chunks of it.
taken.
Also,
yeah.
I have prep points, so if we're here tomorrow, I can get I forget what it's called. It's some spell that like lets you change the outside of any metal to be any other metal.
Oh yeah, clad in metal.
Adamantium, and then you can just mine shit with it.
Yeah, turn into gold. Pry it out with our bare hands, basically.
Or you can just turn something into like a pickaxe into adamantium, and then you can just actively.
True. That sounds like work. I'd rather turn the adamantine into gold. We can just pry it out. Yeah.
Cadence, go ahead.
While they're doing their little mining operation, I'll just look at Ghost.
No noises are being made.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's a big thing. Yeah.
Right, not mining, but
While they're discussing,
yeah. Is this what you guys came down here looking for? This rock?
No, the ruins, but it was significantly less occupied the last time I was here.
Ghost, let me just step in really quick before this conversation gets too much further. When you guys came here last time, Fel wanted to research, like you said, the ruins of this island because he felt like they might hold the secrets of Hollow Hive's origins. You guys specifically didn't go far. You entered the same place you guys just entered, made yourself way to these ruins right here, and were only there for, I believe, a day or two before the thing happened. You do know, I will just say, when you guys came here, there were demons and devils and stuff here. It was, there were plenty of living things here when you were here too. As you sort of look around with Boss, Boss sort of points out to you all the things that he's seeing. It's actually maybe a little more sparse now than it was. You saw more demons in your time here. It's hard, you've only been here for a few minutes, but it seems, if anything, maybe a little bit less populous now than it was when you were here, but not by a ton.
Alright, scratch that. It might be even a little less occupied, but we didn't go very far. We just went to those ruins over there.
What is this old Hollow Hive?
That's a possible theory. He thought that there might be some historical records or something that could help enlighten us about Hollow Hive's origins, and then the accident happened before we could really dig too deeply.
You do recall, Ghost, just to give you a little bit more on that flashback that we did, that right before the moment when the cave-in happened, Thel had just found a bit of script written in Infernal, in the sort of the language of fiends, that he was like, aha, it's just as I suspected.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Gotcha. Just curious. It's a shame this place is so fucking miserable. It's kind of pretty when you look at it.
Yes, if it wasn't for the inhabitants and the poisonous lake and the lava and all that, it could have been beautiful once.
It's very Mordor around here.
It's kind of thematic. The volcano looks a little bit like a maw, just reaching up towards Hollow Hive.
Since I believe Ghost and I are probably still holding hands. When you made that little joke, that little snide joke about being in the lake and everything, I just give you a chuckle and kind of squeeze your hand just to, I heard you. Like, I'm still looking through my lens, but like just one of those acknowledgements.
Right.
That was funny.
Yeah.
If it's less occupied, seems like fortune's on our side then, at least this time.
Still probably best that we not encounter them if we can avoid it.
No, of course. It just seems like it might be easier to do that.
Where's Mariska? Mariska, where are you?
I'm here somewhere. We're probably looking at the rocks to get them out.
I'm looking at rocks too.
I was looking at rocks.
Everyone's looking at rocks together. Everyone's completely forgotten why you came here and is ready to get rich.
Oh, never mind. I'll hold this thought for later then.
Oh, you're sure? It does not have that much.
No, I was just wondering, with the little like puddles, ponds, the little lakes that are still around us, and you being, so keen to water, Boss would turn to you and say, "Is there any other life that you see in this water? Anything significant about it?"
I can check. We are very close to the lava source there. I'm not sure how well they would handle living in this, but I can look.
Yeah. You go ahead and step up to the edge of one of these pools of water. Again, give me nature, perception, survival. Any of those are fine. Ooh, nice. Nat 20.
Shit.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you step up to the edge of one of these pools of water. Again, there's several of them. Kind of the whole island is, if it weren't made of stone, it would be almost like a marsh. Like the terrain dips and rises in such a way that there are like pools of water and pools of lava, and then just like shallow earth and the low-lying mist over everything. You step up to one of these pools of water, and it looks to be mostly the same water that you found yourselves moving through on your canoes, except much more concentrated. You get the sense that whatever acidicness has befouled the entire lake down here starts here on the island and sort of seeps its way out, such that what you find here are sort of like bubbling, steaming, corrosive pools of water in which you could imagine very little living. However, on Nat 20, looking into the water, despite the fact that you could imagine very little being able to live in this water, you do see little creatures, nothing big, nothing very large, but little like snail-sized creatures and tiny little minnow-sized fish. Again, bizarre, otherworldly looking things. Big, giant, bulbous eyes and clear bodies. And hard black shells on the snails that are sort of like spiky. Because you've rolled a Nat 20, the sense you get is that like some sort of magical or planar influence has affected a fast, or maybe I actually don't know the speed of it, has affected the evolution of the wildlife of this island. You get the sense that even these littlest critters, these little fish and snails and stuff, probably could not survive here if they were truly completely natural beasts like you find on the surface. There probably is some sort of fiendish influence or perhaps some sort of natural adaptation, but I think on a Nat 20 you think probably more likely some sort of fiendish influence going on with them. And because you've rolled a Nat 20, you may already be thinking this, but I will just say it to you. You found those mushrooms in the Underdark a few days ago that you were able to finesse the cooking of to sort of unlock some abilities that translated to you when eaten. You look at these critters in these pools that are somehow surviving the corrosive, acidic nature of these pools, and can imagine a way that you could cook them in a way to grant perhaps yourself those abilities.
Hell yeah, okay. Oh, there is stuff here. We are close to the lava, but we are also close to the hells, yes? That is somewhere nearby. It is possible they've been affected by that, which is how they can stay under this acidic water.
What is it that you... Do you need anything to help collect these things? How would we remove them from water?
It could be a problem. If you reach in there with your hand, it's going to scald your hand with acid.
Oh, you said that this is where the acid is leaching from.
Seemingly.
And when we were on the other side of the water, it took how many seconds for whatever we dropped in the water?
About 6 seconds, yeah.
Few, yes.
I reach over and I pluck just a little fur from you and I drop it in this pool immediately.
Instantaneously sizzles and
I
burns
turn to
away.
Kate and say, "Do you have any more of those syringes?"
I do not, unfortunately.
Well, empty that and refill it with this.
They're full of xenium.
No, the one you filled at the other side of the lake.
Yeah, he's suggesting you spray out your corrosive water and get this even more corrosive water, just because it seems to be more concentrated and strong here. For the record, I don't think you knew that Boss saw that, and he was, I think, the only one who did see it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, okay. If I don't know he saw it, hold on.
I will say, I whispered that to you. I just turned and say,
With your trunk?
Empty, empty the syringe.
Christ,
Actually,
the
no, I
mental-
wouldn't say that. I would
Yeah,
say
that's a fun mental
I'm
image.
sorry, I can't stand the mental image of the trunk going up to the ear and whispering up the trunk.
Hate that. Hate that so much.
Famously, the way that elephants.
Right.
Yeah, clearly the way elephants talk.
It's just like softly exhaling from your nose into someone's ear.
He does Morse code with exhales into the
Actually-
ear, like Lance
The
fucking
worst.
Stevenson.
I hate all of this. Yeah.
Boss didn't say any of that to kids. Just says, "Do you have any more of those syringes?" And then just like nods at this pool and lets you figure out what you want to figure out from that. If you don't pick up on it, you don't pick up.
Yeah, I don't do anything with it then.
All right, Marble, go ahead.
I'm a scientist. I'm about to do some science.
Okay, do some science.
I pull out a rations and I'm going to drop it in there. I'm going to see how quickly I don't know, the size of like a really big protein bar would probably.
Yeah. Go ahead. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, go ahead and roll me a perception or investigation check, unless you want to tell me on a different science check.
20.
To put this in gameplay terms, and we'll interpret it into what it means in the world that your character lives in, you drop this protein bar in here, and in the space of a moment, it takes 9 points of acid damage. That's enough to kill a full-grown person twice over. It just almost disintegrates it within the space of just a few seconds.
I feel compelled to keep dropping
I thought
stuff
you
in
were-
it, but I will stop.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say a full-grown granola bar.
An adult, mature granola bar would be destroyed by this in moments.
You can see in his eyes that he wants to keep dropping stuff in this, like
Yeah.
a child would.
You do see, however, as you guys are kind of over this pool, you drop this granola bar in and it starts to sizzle right away. And you see a bunch of these little fish swim up towards it as if they were about to get something to eat, but then they kind of didn't get anything to eat because it all got destroyed.
Do we see signs of foot traffic?
I thought someone would never ask. Give me a survival check.
You know, that's the reason we're here.
We finally got there.
Traffic?
Yes, Ghost, you can give me the second. Or sorry, Bones, you can give me the second on the survival check.
14?
14, 22 from Morisco, and 11 and Ghost, you just get...
their automatic numbers.
Bones, you get some stuff from default. So I think on the 14 Ghost, you look around and are probably the first to spot the tracks. You guys are spending some time looking at these rocks and these creatures and this water and collecting yourselves, getting a bearing for your surroundings. And Ghost, you're the first person to find sort of like an area that looks like it has like a wear pattern. It looks like a lot of travel is done in a spot. But on 14, you can't suss out the specifics, so you call over Bones, and Morisco joins as well. On the 22 from Morisco, and then Bones, and 11, not a good roll, but you just get some information by default. The two of you look over it. You find that this clearly seems to be some sort of frequent-ish meeting place or rendezvous point. You can see that there's a lot of foot traffic right here in this area that you guys are kind of around, and sort of like a raised sort of, kind of where Boss is standing actually, on this like raised stone area up away from the water and then the mist a little bit. And you find the key points to go with the most recent thing that happened here. The footprints that you found earlier of Kaga and the Faithful and the 6 exiles. You pick that trail back up again. It met here. Those 10 people, Kaga, 3 other seemingly faithful, and 6 exiles, came here and met with a group of something like maybe 6 other individuals. The tracks that you find for the other individuals on a 22 from Morisco, I'll start on the 11 from Bones. You have some trouble telling what you're looking at. You are good at tracking people. You're used to finding boots and prints and the shapes of human feet and, tabaxi feet and so on. And you find some tracks that are not making sense to you. They're like not quite animal. They are bipedal, but they seem almost like reptilian or something. And then like big stomping footprints of some sort of like pack animal or something. Morisco, you look around at the demons flying around in the air and the big heavy thing that Boss pointed out earlier with all the frills of horns. You get the sense that some people, some humanoids, Thrycreen specifically, some bug people came here with some demons, met Kaga and the Faithful and these exiles, and then you see the trails of the people from here and the demons and the exiles moving away. And they move away specifically to sort of the northeast and kind of this direction, kind of over in the direction of those lights that Boss saw earlier. And then, so that's the most recent thing that you track. Bones, just sort of examining the area for longer term things. You can tell, again, this is probably obvious, this is not the first time this has happened. You essentially see the exact same kind of wear pattern that you've been seeing, where obviously this seems to be the rendezvous point. This is the drop point where exiles are brought. Right. What you and Morisco suss out is that this is where they are brought, and then they are handed over to a group of individuals that includes humanoids and demons.
Yeah.
And then most of the time, I would say, about... It's actually about 50-50. It's more like 70-30. About 70% of the time, those exiles are taken this way towards the northeast, off towards those glittering lights off in the distance. And then the other minority of the time, they're taken off in this direction towards the center of the island.
I relay all of this. Most of them go that way. It's clear that they have an arrangement with the people or creatures here, as I think we suspected. Some of us suspected.
Neo, go ahead. You got a hand raise.
I forget what I was going to say. I think it was going to be something of, can we potentially freeze the water with this acidic water with the fish in it? If it's frozen, does it still burn?
Great question. You could try it.
I don't know how acid works when it is frozen.
Yeah, you could actually, you know what, you rolled a nat 20 on a nature check investigating it specifically. Sochi, you're not allowed to say absolutely anything about real world chemistry because I do not care about real world chemistry. But yeah, you think that you could freeze this water and it would keep its acidicness, and then you could unfreeze it and it would still maintain its acidicness.
Freezing something doesn't change the acidity; it just might isolate the acidic component.
Yeah. Right. I guess I'm honestly, I guess it's more of a magic question than a chemistry question. Is the acid the water, or is there acid in the water, and do you freeze the water and leave the acid behind? I think you get the sense with your nat 20 that the water itself is acidic, as in you would freeze acidic water.
I guess we don't really need to take the fish until we can figure out how to get them out, because if we can't get them out, then I can't cook them and.
This is fair. This does give us a little time to consider extraction.
It seems like Grim is a liability at a dig site. He's probably at the village.
This is what I believe.
Yeah.
I'd like to head east. We can discuss how to extract these creatures later.
You'd also see, in case it got lost in translation there, you do see specifically the 6 exiles you came for were taken towards that east side.
I do believe, I think Boss would just kind of express that for now we can walk on this water, whatever. I can recast if I need to, but it will take all of my, not all, but it will take mana to continue doing so. And I do believe that it would be pertinent for us to find a way to potentially eat this, eat these creatures to find some sort of way to negate the acid.
Oh, Morisco to cook them.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand why. Yes, I get it now. I thought this was just an idle curiosity, and I admit I was on board already. But the fact that it could give us anti-acid properties, yeah.
Correct. Yeah. This is why I asked Morisco to investigate.
Yeah. I see. Well, I mean, in a dire circumstance, I have 1 pinch of the dryness left, so I could get rid of all the water, and then they would just be left on the surface.
Oh, would you have the acidic water in your?
I would also have the very acidic water in the bead. Yes.
Let's find the largest pool possible then.
Perhaps. Yeah, I can buy more. Yeah.
I can make more.
If you can make more, then absolutely, let's do it.
Can they accidentally go off? Because if that accidentally goes off in your pocket, that's not going to feel very good.
No, there's an element of intention required.
Yeah. It is a magic item. Yeah.
Cadence, go ahead.
I assume that I kind of already know the answer, but in the immediate surroundings of this meeting area, there's no sign of a book, a magic item, something to indicate hey, we're dropping off prisoners on this date. I assume that's in the village somewhere, but there's nothing around here that's giving me people are checking this area frequently.
No, you don't see any kind of writing or anything man-made here other than just the ruins.
Okay.
It's like a sending stone. How would they know they're here right now unless they hey?
It is an excellent question. Yeah, you can imagine a few answers, but.
Okay. I don't see rails where they would potentially shackle prisoners to the wall for holding for the time being.
No, you don't see anything like that. The only
footprints, essentially.
Yeah, the only thing that you see in the immediate surroundings are the ruins. So you could search the ruins more for something like that, but you don't see anything at this rendezvous point that indicates that. So do you guys wish to start moving towards the northeast and along the way look for a big pool of water to... Okay.
And a crack while we're at it.
Okay,
Yeah.
lovely. So, sorry, go ahead, Ghost.
I will, to the best of my ability, I'm going to use a minor illusion and just create a little 3D map of the area that we've got, and just like show everybody, like, hey, this is where we're going. These are the paths here. A couple of landmarks that I recall.
Got it.
If we ever get split up, these are places to potentially go to.
Outstanding.
Good. Again, about 70% of the prisoners are taken this way and 30% that way. So,
Ghost, give me a history check. This is not to remember what you saw when you were here. You just remember that. This is like you did a lot of reading about the Isle of Ash and its layout and stuff. See how much of that you can recall for this illusion.
Absolutely not. I remember dog shit because I'm scared.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I will not require you to roll it.
It's a 14.
Okay, sometimes the dice just
plus 9.
sometimes agree. The dice agree with us. Yeah. So what you provide is a little illusion that gives you like the general layout of the island, much as we see it here on our map as players, with a lot of detail right in here, in the area that you guys explored with your research team last time. What you're lacking in is much detail anywhere else. All the other outparts, you don't really have much detail because you didn't travel those paths yet, and you can't recall your readings very well.
Well, with
And the
that,
stuff that I have, like, extensive knowledge of was heavily damaged by an earthquake. So.
Yes, also true. Cadence, go ahead.
The footprints that are taken directly to the volcano, I might have missed this, so I apologize. Are any of them human, or are any of them ever human? Are only bug people being taken to the volcano?
It's a good question. Bones automatically gets creature types for his favorite enemies. No humans specifically. It is not always Thrycreen, but when you look at them, it is always like Hallowhivian folk.
Okay.
It's, there's some kobolds in there and orcs and dwarves, but you don't see any humans or elves or halflings or non-Underdark folk.
Perfect, thank you.
And then Boss, go ahead.
with the observations that I made earlier and the illusion that Ghost is casting, can I like point at certain things in the illusion and like help him kind of like, oh, here where these ruins are?
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
And, like, kind of like finesse his like.
Yeah, for sure. What I'm going to say is I'm about to call for a survival check to navigate the island. I'm going to say you doing that and Ghost's map kind of in tandem is going to give advantage to whoever makes that survival check. So whoever's kind of leading you guys' way, following Ghost's map and Boss's scouting, roll me a survival check. Decide who's doing it first before people start rolling dice. Whoever's got the best modifier, I presume.
I'm not good at this unless we are following humanoids.
Mine's decent.
So you are following humanoids
Okay,
at this
that being the
point.
case, I'll do it with the understanding that I can't get lost and I automatically get a bunch of shit.
Okay, yep. So give me a survival check with advantage because you have a lot of people helping you, essentially.
And for free, because 9.
9. Okay. Bones leading the way with kind of Ghost and Boss right up next to you, as you guys are sort of looking over this map, and you're just kind of following the tracks. You kind of start to make your way to the northeast along this sort of the edge of this island, staying as close kind of away from the center as possible, where things seem to get a little bit hairier in terms of natural dangers. As you are moving, you think you have spotted a good pool of water to be kind of the right size to go use your Dust of Dryness on. So you guys approach the edge of it, and in the moment that you approach the edge of it, there's kind of a bit of a faint sort of rumble in the ground. It's enough to make Ghost you almost panic, I think, even though it's nothing like what you experienced last time, but it's a hint of it. And then the water itself geysers up and spits out into the air and kind of rains down. Everyone else backs off pretty fast. I do need a dexterity saving throw from Bones.
24.
Outstanding. Okay, you take 1 point of acid damage. and you are not blinded, thankfully. You think to do, everyone starts running away. You are leading the way, so you're the furthest behind. You turn around and see that you're not going to be quite away from it, and you do the very smart thing, which is you watch the water droplets are kind of like misting as they fall, and you cover your eyes really quick to avoid getting the acid water in your eyes. That said, after that happens, you sort of wait for a moment. Morisco, on your Nat 20 nature check earlier, you think that if that just happened, it is unlikely to happen again in the next few seconds at least. So if you wish to go return to that pool real quick and do your Dust of Dryness trick, you can now. That's, I guess, a Bones question.
Gotcha. Yes,
Go fast.
let's do it. I don't want to be here any longer than we need to.
All right, you pull out a little bead from a pigeon's shop, toss it into the water. It sort of hits it and, like the world's strongest sponge, soaks up this whole pool of water, and then it just rolls to a stop in the bottom of this sort of like shallow crevice in the ground. You see that there is like a crack in the ground that leads somewhere further down, but it's far enough down that there's no water left in at least this like shallow pool. And you see in the bottom, there's like flopping little tiny fish, and there's a bunch of snails on the bottom. Morisco, I don't think there's even going to be a check here required. It's easy to go catch snails. They aren't going to run from you very fast. So you guys spend a little bit of time. I guess go ahead and roll me, Morisco, a survival check just to do it as fast as you can. You're going to get a lot here. This is just for speed. And someone can help you, so you have advantage. Okay, you spend just, 5 minutes or so scooping up as many of these snails and fish as you can and sort of just sticking them, I assume, into your bag of colding or whatever.
We have to talk to Patches about the Honda Odyssey that he just summoned.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, right.
I just wander off.
Talk to him.
Just walk off.
So was that the car?
Yes, that is my car. I've modeled my spell after my car, so you can all see what it looks like.
Why is it so smooth? Is that what the future is like?
Everything's...
Well, you see, because I don't know if you know what aerodynamics are.
Yes, yeah.
I assumed you would. You seem smart.
Yeah.
But it's a very aerodynamic, so it has less wind resistance as it goes down the road.
That makes sense.
Unlike the cars that you all have that are really blocky and...
But like, what's the top speed? 15 miles an hour? How much does it really matter?
I mean, if I'm trying to go slow, but it can go easily like 100.
What?
No, it can't.
The fastest race cars you have ever seen, Marble, like the ones that you and your crazy friends are making in your dirty garages.
Miles an hour.
No, they do get up to like 60, which is crazy fast in this day and age.
Question
but
based on, so you said it was making car noises.
It was like screeching of tires and the honking of a horn, yeah.
You also meant like rumbling of engine.
Yeah. Engine running, yeah.
Does that rumbling of the engine sound like any engine I've heard before?
Absolutely not.
So, everybody regularly drives around in these machines that go 100 miles an hour. I assume that you must go to college for it for several years. They, only like trained adults that are very responsible.
I mean, not really. It's just such a common thing, and they just police the speed that we are allowed to drive at.
Oh, so you trust? Okay, I see. So you must have incredible medical services for all the accidents that happen.
I mean, in certain countries, yes.
Marvel, everybody follows the law enforced speed limit.
Well, not exactly.
Marble, give me a land vehicle check, actually, just for shits
With
and
vehicle
giggles. Yeah, with vehicle lore.
17?
On the 17, you asked if the engine was like anything you'd ever heard before. The automobiles of this world are not powered by like gasoline combustion. They're powered by like a crystal. You hear like a roaring from this engine that doesn't make very much sense to you. And you see an exhaust pipe spitting out gas that doesn't look like it is. It's hard to tell color because your cars do emit like ether emission, but it's not quite the right color or like consistency.
Almost like a mist.
You can suss out, at least on a 17, that whatever he's showing you is not like powered by crystals, whatever that's worth.
What powers it?
We use the gasoline.
You guys, this world, we're going to get so into pointless lore right now.
You knew this was going to happen.
This world has things like fossil fuel, like crude oil, but they are very rare. It is not plentiful the way it is on our planet.
So then what do oil lamps use?
We would most likely use a lot of like blubber and whale oil. Oh, whale.
Yeah, like vegetable oils, even you can put in oil.
Yeah, true.
So that's why you go to college, because only like 2 people have one.
My people are still riding giant ants and bugs to get around. People have magical gasoline-powered vehicles.
That they let children drive, it sounds like.
Yes.
Children drive.
Just everybody has a magical, what I can only assume is multi-thousands of golds worth of like machines just in their pockets.
For the record, too, like automobiles, even in this world, you were like at the cusp of being a consumer product. They're mostly like for the super rich. The vast majority of travel is like trains or like carriages and horses.
How do they make so many?
I mean, we have a NASA manufacturing, and that way they're still expensive, but I mean, like...
What do you mean, massive manufacturing?
You do have a little bit of this world. There's factories.
Yeah, but is it automated factories, or is it factories with factory workers?
Yeah, there's factory workers. It's not automated.
You see what I'm fishing for.
Robots making robots. Yeah.
Right.
But, I mean, mine wasn't that expensive. You can buy them secondhand. We have a website called Lumen's Tiny List.
Jesus Christ.
And I got it for like 500 gold.
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
Isn't that destroying the planet?
Yes, but don't worry, corporations are the bigger part about it, so it's a fine.
Oh, okay, good.
Morgul just starts writing out 1,000 questions. We don't have time for this for now. He's just going to give you like a giant survey of
Right.
everything you know about.
Absolutely.
Don't worry, most people are pretty safe about how they drive.
I can't process any of this at the moment.
No.
At 100 miles an hour, I want it to be more than pretty safe.
I mean, it's okay. It's
Two meta questions.
If not, you'll die very quickly.
I mean, as my father always has said, it's not the speed that kills you; it's the sudden stop.
2 meta questions for you here. What year would Shamanda Odyssey be in our world? Like, the first year was in 1995. I had to look it up.
I think we established it was a 2014. I think so. That sounds familiar.
That does sound right. Was it the same year as like Interstellar or something
I think
like
that's
that?
right, yeah.
Because I remember you making the Interstellar joke.
Yeah, I think so.
And then also, in fact, you made a point of like children drive these. Now, in the industrial or like the revolution era in which we find ourselves in this world, what would be a child?
Right, yeah, that's true. Because
Right.
like 16 is an adult.
Say children make
Yeah,
them
yeah.
in this world.
13 years old, you're in the coal mine.
So you're like children?
Yeah.
Little
Right.
8-year-olds running around and driving 100 miles an hour?
All right, before we get any further down that rabbit hole,
I love using fantasy to explore reality. That's why I do it.
you guys move on from this geyser, now having a bunch of little critters and a bead of super corrosive water, and continue pressing forward. On the survival check that you rolled on the 9, you can sort of see the ground that you're walking on cresting upwards a little bit. The lights that you've been going towards kind of disappear behind that crest after a while. You sense that you're going to walk up to this crest and be overlooking whatever that is. You have not yet seen like a big crevice to do your rock mining trick. Do you want to like divert to do that or press forward? Okay, I didn't figure, but
It also has to be. It has to be like. It has to be long but thin.
There's also
Right.
there's also a chance that they may have these already mined somewhere. We can just yoink.
Could be. Yes.
um
I think saving the people's lives is slightly important.
I mean, I think if you guys recognize anything, Boss is kind of moving. Like, he wanted the pool of water, but now he's moving directly forward.
Oh yeah, same.
moving all together. You find yourself moving through similarly harrowing circumstances. There's parts where you have to be careful to turn away from thick patches of fog or burbling crevices full of lava. But The 9 has already, on the survival check, has already hit you as hard as it's going to. Go ahead, Cadence.
Sorry, while you're describing movement, are we moving slow enough for stealth?
That's up to you. Do you wish to slow down and move stealthily, or you want to move at a normal pace?
I would advise stealth. We have a bunch of flying demons.
We're also a very
Okay.
big moving target.
We'd also extinguish our lights.
In that case, everybody please roll me stealth checks.
Have a die.
I would like to use my inspiration. It was almost another nat one. That was
It's close.
today.
All right, we got a 10 from Mariska. We have an 18 from Ghost. Bones.
Because I'm not the lowest, I will not inspire a 12.
Okay. Patches.
12.
Okay.
17.
17 from Boss.
23?
23 from Cadence.
Oh no.
7.
7 from Marvel. Okay. It does all track. You guys move as slowly as you can. Just your hydraulics hissing as you.
And then
make
it's just
your way
like
up
this
the hill.
very soft.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
it's got
ground.
pillows underneath it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I make it a meal if I make 2 appetizers, or do I have to make something else with it?
Both.
He's talking out loud to himself. Okay.
Right. You guys trek your way, again, kind of slowly moving up a grade, kind of like a highland sort of situation, until you eventually see a cliffside approaching. And eventually you crest over a ridge of this jagged gray stone and find yourself looking down out across what at first looks like just more ruins. It is a sprawl of partly crumbled buildings of ancient stone, half swallowed by the earth. But as you take in the sight, there are a lot more of these ruins or buildings here than you've seen anywhere else so far. And they're much more densely packed together. And stranger still, as Boss kind of looks through his gemstone and you guys all look over his shoulder, some of these ruins appear to be much better maintained than the ones you've come across so far. You see complete buildings, some of them with even multiple stories, not just the crumbled frames and partially collapsed walls that you've been seeing, but complete structures, seemingly, at least from this distance, that are completely intact. At the center of it all, there's a very large building that looks like a temple or a palace of some sort that is in remarkably good condition, at least from this distance. And then the thing that led you here, there are lights. You can see there are stone pillars jutting out of the ground throughout the ruins with glowing orange lights at the tops of them, such that as you look out over these ruins from this crest where you stand, it looks like it's dotted with pinpoints of bright orange like distant gas lamps or city skyline. Several hand raises. Boss, go ahead.
You said that these buildings are still standing. Are they the original ruin buildings? Are these rebuilt?
I think you have to get a little bit closer to tell. Actually, you've got your 2 mile thing.
2 mile.
Give me a history check.
5.
5, okay. Yeah, you need to get closer. That's a little hard to tell. Go ahead, Drake.
Do the orange lights, do they look like they're bits of amber?
Give me a perception check. Hard to tell from here. You need to get closer to tell. You're overlooking all this from a fairly big distance, kind of over a crest. But you can tell if you get closer.
Yeah, I was more wondering if it was just like a similar glow to the lamp.
The color is similar. On a 2, you aren't like, oh my god, it's definitely amber, but it's certainly similar in color.
Yeah.
Is there a flickering?
On a 5, you're not sure. Or actually, that was your history. What's your passive perception?
20.
No. It's just kind of a still, constant light, not flickering.
And with the 2 mile thing, the only other question I had right now, are those boats there?
You don't need to roll for it. Your passive perception is 20, and this is all within 2 miles of you. Yeah, you look down and see that off to the north, there is kind of an inlet where there's another one of these crevices that goes through the external part of this caldera, and there is what looks like a harbor.
Harbor.
Yeah, a little harbor with a harbor building and several, again, you can see great detail through your lens. They look to be like metal boats, sort of like a metallic riverboat or something, with, a bunch of oars down off the sides. But yeah, there's a little harbor there with several boats.
And those caverns to the right are dig sites?
You look over those, they look like just caves. They look like natural caves, or at least cave entrances. Give me a actual perception check. not your
Perception check.
yeah, not your passive, but your actual check.
29.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. They do look either man-made or at least reinforced. They have like steel beam,
Okay.
or not steel, metal beams that are sort of like holding the entrances. And you do see one of them is like, for lack of a better word, is like decorated. You see that there's like bones hanging from ropes and stuff, and there's like red smears on the outside of it. So there's that.
They don't have like cart rails or anything like that.
You don't see cart rails, no.
Okay, but the one is decorated.
Yeah.
Which one is it on the screen?
The one that
With the lamp?
Yep, one with lights on the outside.
You don't hear that. Boss explains that to everybody. Does everyone pick that up?
Yes. Do you see any people down there?
You look carefully with your 29, scanning through your lens, and you do spot, just in some kind of innocuous building, we'll say it's this one right here that I'm pinging on the map, one of those like spined purplish demons is like looking out the window up at the ridge at you guys, and you see you're being looked at. You're being directly watched by this creature.
It sees us.
It sees you, it seems to anyway, and it's like it's trying to keep itself hidden in this building, though it is you see it on your very good perception
Let's
check.
share that. Continuing to look around, do I see anything else? I mean, at this point, are there watchtowers above the harbor?
You
Or like sentries? Like anything?
You don't see necessarily watchtowers here. You do see like buildings that are big enough that someone could be on the roof watching, but you don't see anything that seems to be like purpose built as a watchtower.
Yeah. So at this point, I just say, we are being watched. There is one in the 2-story tower directly past the temple.
Is it speaking? Are we made?
It's not speaking that you can
No, it
tell.
just appears to be looking directly at us, but that's so far away I can't make if it sees us or just it's watching the ridge for us.
Ghost, you're suggesting we behave like them?
No. I'm suggesting that everybody pretend that you're about to be attacked, and I'm going to cast a silent image of a very large demon and act like it kind of comes up over the ridge behind us and like grabs us and pulls us away.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. You
That
throw-
actually builds on what I was saying. I was actually going to make a joke that he's actually waving at the person behind us. So
Perfect. Marvel, you say, it looks like he's actually waving at the person behind us, and then you turn around and there's a massive, stinking, hulking demon over your shoulder. Everybody give me deception checks to look like you've been attacked by a monster and are being slain.
Oh, you mean a performance check?
Sure.
Do I get to choose?
If you like, yes, performance, deception are both fine.
Okay. Lose my fucking mind.
All right, we have a 9 from Ghost. We have a 12 from Morisco. Bones, 15. Patches,
7.
7.
16.
16 from Boss.
8.
8 from Cadence.
8.
8.
God, guys!
Damn it, gang.
I'm not charismatic.
Is it a guy demon or a lady demon? Because if it's a lady demon, I should have advantage.
You are unsure of the demon's gender. You guys try to sell it as hard as you can. You think it's gone fine. You guys are sort of no longer at this crest of this cliffside.
So, I mean, we pulled back a little bit.
Yeah, that's part of this.
I tell everyone just to get down, like, go prone.
Yeah,
Let's crawl back to the ridge.
sure.
So, everyone done. Crawl back to the ridge. I hope that worked.
Yeah. Give me I'll just carry your same perception. You like crawl up to the ridge and look through your lens again. That
worked.
demon is gone.
It's moved. I do not know if it is his bots our efforts. I hope. I looked down at the first floor of that same building. Any movement?
Same perception check. You don't see any movement. No.
Quick cursory glance. Nothing else seemed to have noticed this.
Yeah, on 29, looking around, you don't see anything else here. It looks like it's a weird thing where at first it looks like ruins. And then you're like, oh, wait, there's like complete, well-maintained buildings here and there's lights on. Maybe this isn't ruins. Maybe this is like actually a place where people live. And then on this next sweep, you're like, there's nobody here. It does kind of once again look like ruins, or at least like a ghost town. You look at all these buildings and the windows and in the doors and in the sides, and there's nobody to be
No
seen.
lights inside buildings.
No, it all seems to be on the outside, yeah. And yeah, it's just everything is eerily. There's like a weird there's a weird movement into like a liminal space here where you're like, we're expecting ruins and then found a settlement, but the settlement is empty and abandoned, or at least uninhabited as far as you can tell. Go ahead, Cadence.
Do you say out loud that there's only lights outside of the building?
So I'm doing this cursory glance. I guess I'm kind of just speaking to everyone and say, I do not see any lights inside any of the structure.
Can you look for other demons inside the structure? Are the lamps tiny lamps? Are they keeping the demons out of the light?
You kind of look, and again, you don't see anything in any of the buildings.
I don't see anything. I see nothing at this point. The door on the front of this temple, though. Does it appear to have been opened? Is there a soot built up in front of these doors?
No, it looks like strangely clean and well maintained. You do see that there's like a fallen pillar out front of it that looks like maybe ancient. But yeah, it looks like well maintained. You see that there's like a staircase that leads up to some sort of like a dais or whatever before the actual doors. You can't quite see inside.
It doesn't look like the doors are like blocked shut by rubble or dirt. Or
not as far as you can tell from this distance.
Potentially
or even looking up close. Yeah.
Do you, I know this is a distance, but you see the far point against the far ridge where there are the two lights side by side there? There is a mine there. It's decorated. There are bones that's painted. It appears to be the only one of this sort.
That does not sound like a mine. It sounds like a lair.
This word.
It may be. Yeah.
Go ahead, Marble.
Did you say that there was like soot that's just constantly falling?
Yeah, like kind of. It's you're far enough to the edge of the island now that there's not a ton of it. But yes, there's kind of there's no wind here, so they're just like still sort of soot and ash snowflakes just kind of hanging in the air.
And they like eventually fall through.
Eventually, slowly make.
Is it enough that he can see what soot has been disturbed and what hasn't?
Not
to,
like this.
See like where maybe this path of people have gone.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yes, because you have. Well, again, you're getting a lot out of use out of this lens right now. You would normally have to get down in there to but you guys have been following tracks the whole time. You watch where they go. They don't like slide their way down this cliffside that you guys are standing at. They kind of go off to the side and wind their way down into this little place. But you watch sort of the tread, the wear patterns. It looks like there's like a walking path, and it does eventually lead to this painted cave.
Because so like I said, toss it out there too. If we can find a way down the side of the ridge on the south and not follow the main path.
Yeah. Oh, I glossed over an important detail here. As you look over, and even Ghost, you can see this from a distance.
Is it the giant hole?
This giant hole in the ground.
The grub hub.
The grub hub.
Oh, that's what
truly though, the shape of it, the architecture of it, Ghost, it looks near identical to the clutch. To the pit in Hallow Hive where the grub are raised to adult or born and then are raised to adulthood. It looks like it looks like it was picked up out of Hallow Hive and placed here. It's not just similar in terms of like it's a big pit in a city. It's the same shape, the same structure, the same architecture.
Right.
Sorry.
Do the points point the same direction?
No.
Okay.
Not exactly.
Are there footprints going to that? Like we were just talking about that?
You do see a lot of kind of wear pattern going around it and moving to and from it. You don't see any like specific movement that tells you like exiles are taken here specifically or that
like
the tracks you were following were taken there.
Coming from the cave to there?
Yeah, not necessarily.
Okay.
You see a lot of wear pattern around it, but no specific tracks that tell you anything.
The architecture, is it similar to Hollow Hive or to a different culture?
Ghost, you have like archaeology lore, right?
I sure do.
Okay, so I think that like first glance passively, it doesn't look quite the same. If you got a little closer and had a closer look, you might learn more.
Yes. Let's try to get a little bit closer. I can get a better look.
I'm
Hopefully answer some more of these questions.
Okay.
Very curious about the church.
So let's have everybody give me a new stealth check with the circumstances having changed. Try to sneak down and through here.
Oh yeah.
Better, I guess.
This is a group check.
Yes, it'd be a group successor group failure.
And how much advantage do I have?
None.
Oh, shit.
You would have advantage if either of your attempts to hide or deceive had succeeded.
Okay, well,
Not.
rude.
21
was
on
my
the stealth.
15 acting a success?
What's that?
Was my 15
That was also a group check, which you group
got
failed.
it. Got it.
Okay, Morisco, 21 is a success. Bones?
8 for now.
Okay. Patches.
Natural. 20.
I thought it was going to say like an 8 or something.
16 from Ghost.
Natural?
Boss. 23.
Dirty 20.
Or 20. Okay. As a group, you guys succeed.
Do you want to know what mine
I
was?
do want to know what yours was, Marvel. Please
22.
tell me.
4.
4. Brilliant. So 2 pretty horrible failures.
Mine was still better than yours.
Well, I rolled a 4. I get no bonus to it. I
Because
just
I have an 8 out and you went a natural one.
I like the flavor. Like you were about to take a step, and then like somebody like sees you're about to step on like something crunchy, or like grabs you.
A gong.
Like, oh, right.
There's just a whole bunch of loud toys out.
Yeah.
Okay.
All I get is advantage.
You guys go down around sort of like a big giant hill and sort of crest down into the these ruins coming from the west. And Ghost, now as you walk through, please go ahead and roll me a investigation or history check, your choice. You may add your archaeology lore to this check, and I think several people are interested, so you have advantage from help. Ooh, hot and
It's gonna be
spicy.
at 30 with
Very
my,
nice.
4.
Hell yes, a 30 archaeology check. In case this wasn't obvious, and you may have already kind of assumed this, but you confirm for yourself, some of these are ruins. Some of these look much, much like the ruins that you explored with Thel and his team. You start to look around through some of these like mostly crumbled buildings that are basically just either foundations or sort of like pillars in the corners or crumbled walls. However, some of the buildings are not ruins. They are like much more recently built and maintained structures. The architecture is not the same as that of Hallowhive. It is a different sort of architectural design. And specifically, a 30 is so good. It looks to you like the architecture of the buildings that you're seeing, the newer construction ones, the better maintained ones, are sort of like architectural descendants of the ruins. You can see a through line that tells you that like how they arrived at these buildings was inspired by the older ruins. You think that the building of these newer buildings, these newer constructions, descended from the building of these long lost ruins. And presumably then so did the builders.
Can I tell how, like, what's the, like, gap between, like, time gap between the new and old?
You see, you kind of see all of it. You can see, like, you can find spots where you find, like, ruins that were lost. Okay, let's rewind a little bit. The oldest ruins, the ones that you're seeing here, the ones that are fully and completely kind of like mostly destroyed, fell to ruin about 700 to 800 years ago would be your estimation. The newest constructed buildings here were built in the last 10 years, maybe 15. And then there's buildings that fall all along that spectrum. Buildings have been coming and going and being built and torn down and rebuilt here for about 700 to 800 years, possibly even longer. I guess what I'll say is, like, you think that the time that these ruins became ruins, obviously there's a bit of a gradient, but was about 700 years ago. And you find evidence that something quite sudden and catastrophic happened. A lot of these older ancient ruins, you find evidence did not just like slowly succumb to time and erode with the elements. So there were explosions and devastation and destruction that destroyed them. And then since that happened about 700 to 800 years ago, a bunch more buildings have been sort of built and taken down over many centuries. You find, I know you've got questions. You find that you find evidence as you poke around that there are a population of hundreds, perhaps thousands of people live here or lived here. Again, you look around as you guys move through and see nobody. But looking at the most recent sort of trailings of people, do you think that there were people here within the last few years at least maybe even the last few months, possibly? It's not, you're unable to get like a hard timeline. But yeah, it looks like people have lived here, hundreds or perhaps thousands of them, and lived here fairly recently. And you do find, as you kind of move over towards...
sorry, not to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand. Hundreds, possibly thousands. Like, within the structures?
Within the structures, yes.
Okay.
What you see as you look are homes. You see, like, you guys maybe walk into some of these buildings if you wish to, and see living chambers, little kitchens, and places of business, blacksmiths, and this is for all intents and purposes looks like a town built amongst.
So a lot more structures than a picture.
Yes. This is a little snapshot. And yeah, a town built amongst ruins and sort of modeled after those ruins. You do move to that pit, and Ghost, again, I've kind of already said this, but to say it again, especially because you rolled a 30 archaeology lore, either this was modeled directly after the Clutch, or the Clutch was modeled directly after this. They are near identical. It is clear that this is designed to be the same thing. You even look down inside and see no living larvae, and no widows, no people, but the remains of what is obvious to you that this served the same function the clutch did. You see the remains of where hundreds, perhaps thousands of Thri-kreen have been born and raised and hatched here. And just to say one more thing, I see a lot of hand raises, but as you're walking through, you do walk past one of these lights, and as you suspected, at the top of one of these sort of black steel beams, just kind of suspended in the air, is a tiny little pea-sized chunk of amber that is emitting bright.
That's what my question is about.
So let's go through these one at a time.
My question's about the lamp.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah. So does this also look to be the same age as the ruins? These lamps? Or are these lamps newer?
Yeah, I understand the question. On the 30 archaeology check,
and then can I steal one?
Deducing the history of all this, they appear to be newer in construction. They are not as old as the ruins. A 30, you get the sense that these lights were added here within the last 100 years or so. I think on a 30, you find evidence that perhaps it was just a advent of sort of technology or something. You sense that maybe they probably lit this place somehow before, and this was just maybe created or invented more recently.
Can we see what's inside those lamps?
The lamps are a straight up metal pole sticking out of the ground about 10 feet, and at the top of it is just hanging and suspended in midair, a tiny little...
I know, but is there anything in that amber?
You take a look at it, you kind of climb up one of these poles with your cat climb speed and look at it. It just looks like you don't see anything in it. Again, it's about the size of a pea. It's less than an inch kind of in diameter, but you don't see anything inside of it as you carefully look at it.
Does it look easily...
This is a civilization.
It's just hanging in midair. You're not sure what would happen. I guess roll me an Arcana check.
That'll be a 23.
23. You get the sense that there are probably two separate enchantments happening here with this crystal. One is make it glow. Two is make it suspend itself above this pole and hang in there. You get the sense that breaking either one of those enchantments would the light might be harder to deal with, but again, it's a first level spell.
Gotcha, but it's not like doing the same thing as the lamp of like keeping away.
No. Yeah, you're not getting the sense, at least at first glance. I assume someone maybe throws up a detect magic ritual or something. There is just evocation here. There's no abjuration, and yeah, you get the sense that to break the enchantment, you can just grab it and pull it off.
But a pea-sized piece of amber is still like crazy.
Quite valuable. Yeah, quite valuable.
Okay, I go
for
back
sure.
on the pole.
And then bones.
Was the demon that we spotted in the light of one of these lamps?
Not when you spotted it.
Got it. Cool.
And then, I'm sorry, you said you do take one?
No.
Okay,
Got it. I want to so badly, but...
Understood. Let's see. Let's go to Cadence next.
Oh, wait.
Mine is a question for Bones, for Ghost. So somebody has like a question.
Ghost, is that still a hand raise, or is that from earlier still?
Yes. This
Okay,
is new.
let's go to Ghost then.
I have so many questions.
I'm sure you probably do.
Mine doesn't have much
I need-
consequence. Can I just?
Okay, yeah, let me jump to Boss because it sounds like it'll be quick, and then I'll come to you, Ghost.
It's very quick. We were talking about the architectural stuff. This temple in the middle, you're saying like everything else appeared to be a certain age, rebuilt around a certain age.
Yeah.
Does this temple match the architectural style, and does it match the age in which it was built? So I don't want to go too far down that, but like,
I'm with you.
does it seem like a different structure than the rest of what was here?
I will say I will keep that question in mind when we move a little closer to it. So you're going to need a closer look. At first glance, it looks more like the newer stuff than the older stuff.
Okay.
And then Ghost, you have several questions.
Yeah. Okay, let's start kind of chronologically. Looking at the oldest ruins, can I see, as we're kind of walking through, does it look like the damage was caused by like a singular event? Does it look like a single explosion hit, decimated everything, or does it look like multiple explosions?
It looks, boy, 30 is so good. It looks like kind of a combination of both of those things. What you're able to kind of suss out is like, you see a lot of rubble that's all scattered in the same direction, kind of out towards the edge of the island. And you see that all throughout in these ruins, which gives you the sense that probably like one big, I don't know, concussion or landslide or whatever hit a lot of these buildings and scattered them all kind of in the same direction at the same time. But then you also see other spots where things don't line up with that. I think what you start to piece together probably is like big sort of catastrophe of some kind, followed by a lot of other stuff. And I think
like the aftershocks of that.
Yeah, potentially, and some of it even separated by years or decades as you sort of start to age some of these things. You get the sense that like a lot of the damage is also just caused by like the volatility of this place too. Again, you're towards the edge of the island where the sort of volcanic activity is at its least, but over 700 years, this place too gets rocked by earthquakes and volcanic explosions and stuff, and some of that has affected these ruins as well.
Right. When we step into some of these houses, based on I assume that there's still like furniture and other stuff that's still left in here, right?
Yes, there is.
Can I tell based on that if it's designed for like 3
Yeah. You look over sort of the ergonomics of everything, and yeah, it seems to be even more so than Hallow Hive. Hallow Hive is, I think we said, like 85% Thri-kreen or something like that, with a smattering of other things. It is almost exclusively Thri-kreen here. Not exclusively. There are still some like things made for kobolds, things made for dwarves, etc. But it is, maybe 95 or more percent Thri-kreen population here. Is what you find as you guys explore both the ruins and the ergonomics and like tracks and footprints.
Oh, I have one more.
Are there any bodies?
You look for bodies. For that, go and roll me.
Skeletons at this age.
Yeah, roll me an investigation check, please, for that question, and you can have advantage. I'm sure somebody will help you.
I will,
Yeah.
29 is very good. Hell yeah, nat 20. You look around very carefully and do not find any bodies. And that is, to you, quite strange.
And concerning.
Yeah, strange and concerning. You start to, after having searched the archaeology, you start to sort of focus on searching for the populace, searching for signs of the population and its movements. And you start to piece together on a nat 20 for 29. You find no bodies. You go to what seems to be this place's clutch, and there are no bodies down there. And that to you strikes you as strange. I mean, even in the clutch and Hallow Hive, it's hard for you to imagine it ever getting to a point where there are 0 bodies in it, just because more are constantly tossed in there, and the grubs eat them, and then there's more tossed in, and it's such a pit and such a large pile that you can't hardly imagine it ever getting to none, unless it was done intentionally. You start to think, if there are no bodies anywhere in the city, and specifically no bodies in their clutch, then they took the bodies out of the clutch and out of this place. And you start to think, okay, well, if they took them, where did they take them? And you kind of start to follow that investigation question through, rolling your same nat 20 for 29. You start to look for evidence of like, okay, this city appears to be lived in recently by hundreds or thousands of people as recently as a few months ago. Where is everybody? And you start to kind of follow trails, probably with some help from your friends that can do survival a little bit better than you. But the population, you find signs, essentially a mass exodus happened. It seems to have started about maybe 3 to 4 months ago, and then proceeded for about a month, or maybe 2, such that the last people left this place maybe about a month or so ago. And all these trails of movement and all the people that were taken, you see evidence that like bodies were lifted up out of the clutch en masse and brought with them, which to you says, if, and this is a big if the clutch means to these people what it means to Hallowhive, if they emptied the clutch and took all the bodies with them, they were leaving this place never to return. And they went up towards the harbors and got in these boats, presumably. They certainly would not all fit in these few boats all at once, so presumably this happened in shifts over the course of many months. But all of the movement of the people of this village takes you to the edge of this dark, acidic water, to these heavy black metal boats, where it seems that a population of hundreds or maybe thousands of people abandoned this place en masse over the course of the last 3 to 4 months.
All right. The last thing, which won't be super relevant until we get closer to it, but when we get closer to the church, I want to look for either a holy symbol of what I am currently suspecting will likely be the maw, or the lamp holy symbol.
Lovely. I think some people have questions about the temple, so you guys start walking that way. While you're walking, go ahead, Marble first.
Does the time period of when this was cleared out match up with when the lamp went out?
Roughly. Approximately.
So okay.
Yeah, it's hard to say an exact date or anything, but yeah, the eclipse was, I think, 3 or 4 months ago as well. So yes, about the same time. And then Moss.
The reinforced cave structures that we're seeing are newer? The reinforcements appear to be newer?
Yeah, you looking up in that direction. I'll just give it to you, even though you haven't like quite gotten up to them to investigate them yet. They seem to be like part of the newer part of the civilization. Yes, they are not part of the ancient ruins that once sat here.
I guess what I'm saying. Okay, so like when you paint, let's say you smear paint on rock surface in an area in which soot is constantly falling.
Right.
Using the lens from the distance, looking at like that, does it appear that like that structure is old, or like this paint has been smeared somewhat recently?
Yeah, it seems more recent. Okay. It seems quite recent. You correctly intuit that for this to be visible, I mean, if someone smeared blood on a rock even a year ago, you probably wouldn't be able to see it anymore. Right. And then go ahead, Cadence.
Okay, I'll turn to Ghost, and I'm sorry, I know you're experiencing a lot right now, and this might be nothing, it just tickled my, I don't know, my funny bone. Do you know how long the widows live for?
Yes, about the same lifespan as the rest of us.
Okay. They're not like an entity, an organization that's been around for forever, like longer than...
Ghost, you know that they have been around as long as Hallowhive has been around, as far as you know. As you well know, the history keeping of Hallowhive is fairly thorough until it comes to kind of its origins, which are heavily steeped in sort of myth and religious fable, which is, presumably at least partly true, but a lot of it's hard to parse the truth from the facts. But or the truth from the myths. But as far as the widows go, the Xanthian scriptures state that they were sort of like put in place by the will of the god Queen Leizama as the city of Amber was being built and being founded, and it details everything about the reincarnation and the beliefs and all of that. But yeah, it is as old as Hallowhive itself.
Yes, as an organization, as well as Hallow Hive itself, but as individuals, they are mortal. They live about the same length as an average Dark Green.
Okay, never mind. I was thinking maybe if there was like a divide here when that happened, maybe some of your widows were present, but doesn't seem like that's the case.
Go ahead, Marble.
This is the last thing. So this is more of a roleplay thing. Every time we walk past a lamp, Marble stares very longingly at the amber, and then when he gets further away, he like shakes his head and gets kind of focused again. And then like when he practices back, he just like keeps like he's enamored by this.
Yeah, it is mesmerizing. Even aside, I obviously Marble I think is mesmerized by it for sort of arcanotech purposes. You imagine the engine you could build, or aside from the engine, the things, the wonders you could build
you could do
with this amber. And it's just sitting here hanging, being used for
but also
piddly
like,
little light cantrip, essentially.
But it's also like important to the civilization,
right? But I think to anyone, even aside from your specific interests, like there is something just kind of mesmerizing about these pinpricks of glorious light in this dark, horrible place. It is sort of like, it's interesting. Like you have been in dark, horrible Underdark for most of the last 3 days.
I think you said it's also pretty.
Yeah, pretty much. Like there's something sort of like comforting and warm about the light in a dark place.
Is it physically? You might have answered this already. Is it physically warm in the light, like the lamp?
Yeah, it is not giving off any warmth. You guys, as you're walking past all these lamps, make your way towards this temple because Ghost had some questions about it, and so did Boss. As you approach, it is, again, as kind of pictured here, large steeples built all of this sort of gray-black stone. As you look at the architecture, it's sort of, again, on the 30, it sort of is, it stands out and is unique from anything else that you've looked at so far. It looks to be the age of the ancient ruins that you're finding here. All these long destroyed things that are scattered and then built over. This looks to be the age of those ancient things, or even older. However, it is more like newly maintained. Some stones have been replaced and stuff like that, but this looks to be a very well preserved or well repaired, one or the other, fixture of whatever this place was, 700 plus years ago, when it was still all these ancient ruins. Ghost, you look around for a holy symbol and do not see one, at least on the outside. You don't see, you kind of go out to the front of the church and you don't see, an emblazoned stained glass holy symbol or anything like that. There's no, obvious notation on the outside of the church of what this place is. You can see that there's, stairs that lead up to sort of a dais. There's a bunch of pillars sort of in the entrance to the church. The doors are heavy sort of metal ordeals and are currently closed. And you do see that there is what looks like it was once a platform or a pedestal of some sort, maybe about 10 feet in diameter circle, that is kind of in the sort of dais. Though it's just kind of like an empty pedestal. There's nothing sitting in it at the moment. As you guys are sitting at the front of this church. Go ahead, Boss.
Approaching this more from the side of a civilization as it progresses and moves on or whatever, their architecture seems to kind of repeat itself. So you can see the Turks throughout, move through Europe down Spain, right?
Sure, yeah.
Architectural things. I'm going to add my geopolitics to this, if that's okay, to see if I can understand the history of this. Maybe tell me more about this civilization versus...
Yeah, that's a stretch, but I'll take it. I like it. Give me a history check. Apply your geopolitics.
16.
16. I think what you glean mostly is that this is a... It is clear to you that this is, in case this wasn't obvious, a site of sort of religious significance. You could, from a distance, you could have mistaken this perhaps like a palace where royalty might live or something like that. I think you rule that out. I do think that you glean this is definitely a place of worship or a place of reverence to some spirit or some deity or something.
I think furthermore, what I was trying to kind of poke at is, have I seen any sort of derivative replication of this specific architectural build on the surface in my travels and studies?
I see what you're saying. What was your roll? 16? This is fun. me jump us back out to the world map for just a moment. You know, on the continent of Spyrus, to the southeast of Spyrus, or of Gati, I should say, our island's known as Yatana. They had a different name before, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but these are... It used to be sort of the center of power for fiend worshippers and Gati before they were driven out in the Holy Purge. You have seen not this exact architecture, not like, oh my god, this is identical to a temple I've seen in Yatana, but similar architecturally at least in sort of aesthetic. This is probably no surprise to you, but much as you have seen temples where fiends were once worshipped in Yatana, this seems to be a temple where fiends are or were worshipped.
I think that sends chills down Boss's spine. Like, having recognized this from Yatana.
As chills run down your spine, Boss, you guys are standing sort of a distance away from this, but this is kind of what you're looking at. There's like a staircase that leads up to what are kind of the like doors of this church. As again, they're pictured kind of ajar. They're not actually, they're closed. And there's kind of like a pedestal here that is empty. There's nothing sitting on it. You guys don't have to proceed any closer here, but since I have a map of this, I'm showing it to you.
I'll try and get a little closer. I didn't mention it because I don't think it's gonna be super relevant for a bit, but every couple minutes or so, every time we start moving a decent distance, Ghost is just gonna telepathically shout out Ral, Talania, specifically trying to reach out to them so nobody else can hear that, just them.
Good to know.
If they happen to be within 120 feet of me.
Makes sense. I will keep that in mind as you progress. You're not finding any connection with that right at the moment. And then go ahead, Bones.
They can't respond anyways. It's just like...
Right. Bones, go ahead.
Similar vein, I'm looking for humanoid footprints.
You... As far as looking for like tracks of perhaps the exiles or the people you were looking for, those you do see they pass kind of off by the front of the church. They don't go to or in or towards or into the church, but they do head off towards this cave.
Okay, I do point that out. Like these are recent. These could be.
Yeah, you for sure find the trail where the exiles were taken.
Yeah,
they were taken to that cave over there.
I don't know if we want to stop in this church on the way or if we should find our friends first.
Well, I would like to find our friends.
Yes, I agree. The only reason there could be valuable information so that we know what we're getting ourselves into. But I think that we already know what we're getting ourselves into, and it's not good.
I believe that we're going to find ourselves in a lot of danger.
Yes, Are we? How suicidal are we being about this? What is
not?
Right, that's kind of my inclination too.
We came down here.
I was going for my
suicidal.
friend. Yes, I'm going for my friend.
Yes, okay. What I mean is it on the table for us to observe this place for a short time? Or if we go in there and discover demons, do we fight to the death?
For me, I think it'd be foolish not to observe for a while. At least, we don't know what we're going up against. We're just going to walk in blind.
Right.
I will place a context just on where we are in terms of the day. You guys woke up at kind of dawn-ish, 6 or 7, when the prime zenith happened. Traveled about 4 hours to get to the edge of the lake. About another hour to get you to the Isle of Ash itself. So that's 5 hours into the day. And then you've traveled about another hour now to get where you are, so that's 6 hours. So it's noonish in terms of where you are in the day.
Still plenty of time. I should clarify, I don't necessarily mean we make camp and sit on the sidelines for 2 days to see what happens. I just mean, if we go in there, is running on the table, or are we in until we die? Is how committed are we to that?
My approach is that I free my friends, not die attempting to free him.
Okay, alright, okay, cool. I'm gauging how much rational thought is still happening.
If it gets too bad?
If it gets very bad,
yes.
Yes, running is very on the table.
We are not in last stand territory yet, is what I'm gleaning.
With this being noted, I would like to remind us that there are fell beasts near us that I believe may have spotted us previously.
Right. I suspect that getting off of the island will not be easy.
And they were living with the Dark Green that were here.
Yes.
These people were here while I was just a mile away.
Yeah.
That's
And I
correct.
had no idea.
It also, for all intents and purposes, appears to be a peaceful society.
But they were living with the demons and fiends. The demons and fiends were here.
They were here when you were trapped.
Yes.
Yeah, just to place a timeline on things.
And this.
Ghost, you were. No, it looks like these people have evacuated over the last 3 to 4 months. Your incident here was 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, a year or two.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, presumably it strikes you that like this was all here while you were here. And I don't know if I said this out loud. You've said it already, so I don't know if I even need to. But you do find signs that demons lived in this settlement with the people that lived here. They were cohabitating with demons.
I let go of his hand and I put my arm directly around him. I like bring him in, just not to like hug you, but just to hold you closer.
Frankly, I am somewhat optimistic. I'm of the mind that we may not be in enemy territory right now. And I know that that is
It's
sacrilegious. But I think we should trust our eyes and not tradition.
I do not
But-
trust this cave.
Is it even sacrilegious? They're sending people down here. They're sending people down here to this place.
True.
right.
This may be the real religion.
It seems like everyone's running from the lamp at this point. This is wild speculation, obviously, but there's been a marked increase in exiling people to here from the lamp.
Is anybody able to speak to fiends? Does anybody know their languages?
Do I know the difference between infernal and abyssal?
There is no difference. It's the same language
then
here.
yes.
A little lore thing. There is very little difference in this world between a demon and a devil. They speak the same language.
Gotcha. I can.
That's great. That's
Thank you for the
great.
gasp.
That's phenomenal. I get the feeling that may be useful.
How is this?
How was it that I learned a language?
Yes. I mean,
It's called public school.
Expert level deflection.
this specific language. How is this?
Ask in character if he got it from his race.
My boss speaks it. You met him, Solomon.
Like, what was Solon's race?
You do recall Solomon
I do
Dimitri being a tiefling of black horns and black hair, so has infernal
That
heritage
sort
at
of
least. Now, I will say, I know you were joking about like, did he get it from his race? In the rule set of ZE, and also like obviously in this world, in case this isn't obvious, one is not born being able to speak a language because of their species. Presumably, Solomon like learned infernal at some point. It's not like obvious that just because he has some touch of infernal heritage that he would speak infernal. It does take something to learn what demons and devils speak.
So you learned a language in order to work for a specific man?
Yes, and then I learned a language because I work with a primordial that doesn't speak, and now I speak primordial because I thought it'd be funny.
Insight.
Give me an insight check.
25.
I'm going to too, because I have to know things about my
Okay.
girlfriend.
Oh, I'm not
22.
shit. but I'm gonna
22.
do it just for fun.
You guys both believe her. She's telling the truth.
Okay.
Could you teach me sometime?
Primordial or infernal?
Yeah, both.
Same. I would love to learn more language.
I'm sure I could over time. It's not exactly an overnight thing, but
Can you say hello?
Quick,
one
make
word I
up the
didn't learn.
infernal word for hello.
Please do it.
it's hello. It's actually the same. Translate really easily, actually.
Real talk.
I'm going to add infernal to my languages.
I'd love to. Yeah.
You know how to say hello in infernal now.
Real talk. Bones, if you're willing to do it, is going to pick your brain for an hour so that he can effectively know this language.
Same.
Yeah.
So I do want to ask, are you going to take an hour to do this?
As we're exploring, I don't think we're going to stop.
I was going to say, it depends on. I think this conversation has to figure out what we're doing before we sit and stop anywhere.
I imagine-
Because if Ghost goes to the church, I'm going with him.
Right.
Yeah, same.
I agree with the
I have to know.
This conversation right now, to place some context on us, you are out front of the church right now having this conversation.
Over the next hour, Bones every couple minutes is going to be okay. Kill, walk, and just getting
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know you've got a cool background feature to let you kind of pick up little words like that, so that works very well for you.
Do you want like peace or just kill and walk?
Well, yeah, but he's getting the things that will help determine if we are friend or foe. Yeah, that's where he starts. Yeah,
That's funny.
He just wants those 2 words.
Give me kill and walk.
And then
walk.
Ghost, as you sort of look up at this church, are you going to like investigate it any closer, or are you just kind of standing out front of it?
Yeah, unless boss holds me back, I'm gonna at least see if I can crack the door and send a couple of my butterflies in.
Yeah.
Ghost, you just kind of crack the door a little bit to send some dancing lights inside and peek in. You see that there is kind of an open central sort of what looks like a chapel. There's stone flat benches, again kind of brutalist architecture, just like a straight rectangle of stone on the floor. There's what looks essentially like a stone sort of pulpit or preacher's sort of stand up at the front on sort of a slightly raised stage. There are kind of balconies up on either side, again just like stone raised walls. This place is lit likewise by little chunks of amber that are glowing. And then up on these balconies you can see there's a couple doors that lead to rooms presumably attached to this place. There's a door down here that leads somewhere. Give me a perception check, please. 15. You can see that behind this pulpit, there is I don't know what to call it, a depression. There are stairs that lead down to something that is behind that. It goes downward to something, but from your angle you cannot see what is down there.
Right.
You see the kind of light glowing from somewhere beneath it.
I will just telepathically call out, just hello.
There's no echo as you speak telepathically, but there's no response, no connection.
Yeah, I'll step in and see, does it look like this place has been occupied recently?
Yeah, roll me an investigation check.
Can I?
Yep, so we can't, anyone who's proficient with investigation may roll an investigation check.
Do I see footprints?
You do
of
survival.
humanoids? Cool.
Particularly kind of looking to see if soot has been dragged in here recently.
Okay, 18 from Ghost. I'll come to that first, and I'll come to everybody else's for your specific questions. Real quick, before you even make it inside, I'm going to do something else with your investigation check too. As you're out here on the sort of dais, I mentioned this pedestal. As you get a little closer to that to kind of walk towards the door, you see that there are metal black brackets sitting on top of this pedestal. In case this wasn't obvious, it kind of indicates that there was something here that is not here anymore. I think with the good checks you rolled earlier, something that once stood on this pedestal was taken when everything left, when everybody exodused out of this town. On the 15 investigation check, you kind of dig around in the rubble sitting all around it. You find some rubble that's more recent. It's not ancient rubble. It's within the last months. It looks like basically a part of this pedestal maybe broke in the process of removing whatever was on here. And sort of underneath some stone, you move out of the way because you see a little shine of some kind of metal. You find a placard that has text written in Undercommon. And it says, Teotihuacan, 5th daughter of Lehizama, may she forever, and then the metal is broken off, and you only have half of a placard. And I'll type that out for you.
Can we repeat that?
Yes. It says Teotihuacan, seemingly a proper noun, somebody's name, 5th daughter of Lehizama, who would to be the god queen of Hallowhive, who founded Hallowhive. May she forever, and then the metal's broken. There's obviously something else here that was removed.
I assume that a mending wouldn't be enough to restore anymore.
No, you could, if you found the other half, you could put them back together with mending, but you couldn't restore something that's not there.
How many daughters did the God Queen have? Sorry, I know you're typing.
The God Queen of Hallowhive. It was 5. Five daughters. The eldest of whom became the first queen of Hallowhive after Lehizama. And then Ghost, a reminder, because this lore came out forever ago. Not actually all of you know this because he read his note aloud to you. There was, in Ghost's letter from the All-Known, there was a brief little note when it was talking about the sort of origins of Hallowhive that said, an obscure account that is not contained in the Xanthian scriptures, but is nonetheless considered part of the religion's canon, states that Lehizama's youngest daughter, Teotihuacan, rejected her mother's gifts and returned to the darkness of the abyss to continue serving the Maw. Meanwhile, so that was Ghost 18 investigation. Cadence, are you looking for something specific or just kind of investigating?
Just investigating, and only a 15.
Okay, on a 15, nothing's really jumping out at you. You kind of, what you see is what you get. You do make it far enough in, I think. Do you continue kind of walking further in to go see what is behind that pedestal? Or do you kind of hang back a little bit?
If they seem like they've got the pillar pretty well handled, I'll go up to the pedestal.
Okay. You make it up to this. You don't have to make it all the way to it, but far enough in that you can kind of see that behind this stone pulpit, there's kind of like a balcony. Like it sits on basically a balcony with stairs going down to sort of like a sunken room behind it. And in that little room, there is a pit. That descends into who knows what darkness beyond.
Boy, I hate that.
Next to it, there is what is clearly a altar for the sacrifice of humanoids. There are chained manacles on the four corners of it. There is blood dried and splattered all over it. There's another little altar down there with various implements of seemingly dismemberment or torture. There are scalpels and blades and tongs and various tools for the grim purpose of sacrificing people here.
Any religious texts or like...
On your 15 investigation check, there's no... you don't see
like last rites or
you don't see like a book or inscription or anything that tells you specifically what this is about. Okay. Boss, go ahead. As this is happening, what are you doing, Boss?
Now that we're like walking up here, I was looking. Was there any sign of struggle to get the person to the table?
And I'll carry bones. You were looking for humanoid tracks. I think that kind of goes in the same vein. What was your survival?
It was 17.
17. Okay. And your investigation, Boss, was, or did you roll it yet?
I haven't rolled.
Give me your choice of survival or investigation. Both are appropriate here.
15
and 17. You see, yes. It's a little hard to suss out. You don't see any signs of any like movement down into this area where this pit is within the last month, we'll say, within about the last 30 days.
Blood's also very old.
The blood is older and dried. But when you look down there a little bit, you do see that there are signs that people that have been sacrificed on this table have been struggling and attempting to free themselves from the manacles. There presumably would not be manacles if that was not the case.
Does it look like they get up afterwards, like they've been turned into demons?
You don't
Or like they've been dropped into the pit?
You don't see on the checks rolled, like... Or did you already roll an investigation check?
I did, but I'm probably going to re-roll it because I'm going to be looking for something else completely.
Okay.
That was mostly just like... Yeah.
Okay. You don't see what you would expect to see if that was the case, like bloody footprints walking away or anything like that. You don't see an obvious, like, what happens to the bodies after they are killed.
I guess what I would be looking for, like, this look like they were just pushed.
On 15 or 17, it's
like dust or blood, like...
Yeah. I leave that to you to guess from this distance, or if you get a little closer, you can re-roll. But from your current distance, kind of looking down.
Where are we right now? Oh, we're on top.
Yes, if you want to go down there, you can. I just haven't moved you there yet.
Yeah, I would like to.
Okay. You go down into there. You step up to this thing, and with just your passive perception, you don't need to re-roll as you get close enough to study this thing closely. It is quite clear to you that, based on the blood splatter patterns, people are killed on this table. They're killed struggling, often. And then once they have died and or been fully dismembered, them or the parts of them are just shoved down into that pit. You see blood that trails down the side of that pit. Real quick, in case this wasn't obvious, it's a little bit hard to tell from the map. There is a door right here. There's a door right here. This stairs leads up to kind of like a balcony that looks over this chamber. There is a door like underneath that, presumably leading like somewhere further into this place. And then there are kind of two doors up on this balcony up here as well, where you see Morisco kind of walking around. Let me jump to... Oh, Morisco, you haven't quite said what you're doing. Are you just kind of sticking with Boss for the moment?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, understood. Anyone not got a chance to jump in? You were looking for something specific. Go ahead, Marble.
Quick question. So I'm going to tell you what I want to do, and then I'll decide if I want to re-roll or not.
Okay.
I want to look for... First off, question, these torches, are these actually here?
Yes, they are.
Are they torches or are they amber?
These are amber as well, just like the ones outside.
Okay.
Little pea-sized bits of amber.
If I made a check to look for like a loose amber, could I add any lore to that?
To look for one that's like loose, you mean?
Just like one I could easily take.
You kind of already deduced like all of them are quote unquote loose. You can just grab them and pluck them. So
this doesn't seem like it's gonna like set off like an alarm or something, right?
You can do something to try to find that out if you want to. If you have like a detect magic or an identify, or if you want to just try to roll an Arcana check, you can.
I'll try doing an Arcana check.
Okay, give me are you spending any kind of like detect magic or identify or anything? Or are you just studying them?
Just gonna study them.
Okay, give me an Arcana check.
Natural 20 for 27.
Hell yes. Okay.
And then that's like I add Arcana, and then it's 30.
Okay. Yeah.
Arcana check.
Right. Again, ordinarily I say an Arcana check is not an identify spell, but this is the second time I think you've rolled a nat 20 on doing that exact thing.
I'm drooling over this.
There's nothing here that makes you think that they are like warded against being taken.
I will then just take one.
Yeah, you reach up to one of these sconces in the wall and just pluck a little bit of amber. It sits in your hands. You feel the effect kind of like tethering it to the sconce that it's in. Sort of gives you a little bit of just resistance, but nothing that you can't easily just kind of snap. You feel it break, and you have a little glowing piece of amber in your hand.
I'll put it in my haversack.
Okay, stick it in your haversack. I think all of you see that happen. Ghost, I think you step back inside just for the narrative fun of it. I'll say that you step back inside just in time to see Marble do that.
That's a good idea. I'll take his sconce as well.
Yeah, you grab your.
Oh, I grabbed more then. I was being so respectful.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
I would like to.
Let's not desecrate the whole thing, but
I'll just
we're
take.
going into a cave.
Just a little desecration.
Could we wait till we look around a little bit longer before we remove all the lights?
I just take one other one. Yes.
All right, 2 have been taken so far.
I probably should check inside these doors before I take the light next to the door. Good idea.
What did you all find here?
I think that you would like to see this ghost.
Yeah, ritualistic murder pit.
Oh, so much for them being possibly friendly.
Yes, no, I am eating my foot, I think is the expression.
We may still be able to talk our way out of things, but best to assume that we may end up like that.
Yes, at the very least, the religious order is not to be trusted.
Ghost, as you read this inscription out front about Teotihuacan, you make your way into the church and you look at this pit and you see the blood splattered down in. You have known about a group called the Devorators for quite some time. The way they have always been sort of presented to you in Hallow Hive has been as essentially a demon worshipping cult, servants of the Maw, heretics who teach that who teach heinous heresies and besmirch the legacy of Hallow Hive and of Leizama. And I think I won't speak for your assumptions, but if you believe what most in Hallow Hive I think believe, the way the Devorators are spoken about in sort of like hushed tones and referred to as terrorists and heretics is like kind of a fringe group of extremists. I'm going to ask you a question. Prior to the last hour, how many Devorators did Ghost think there were?
Oh boy. What's the population of Hallow Hive, roughly?
The total population of Hallow Hive is 40,000 people.
I think he probably would have thought maybe 400.
Yeah. I think most people in Hallow Hive would have guessed even fewer. Yet you find yourself standing in what, as far as you can tell at first glance, this is the nightmare that the Xanthian Church warns against. This is the the heresy that they teach against, that the Devorators are abducting people, taking them to the abyss and sacrificing them to the Maw. The scale here, this temple sits in the middle of a village that housed thousands, and in addition to demons. I don't know. I don't know what that means to Ghost. I think that you were not expecting this massive scale of a thing when you thought about the Devorators.
Yeah.
Go ahead, boss.
Two things. First, go back. The table with the murderous instruments below me.
Yeah.
Is there anything that looks like it? I mean, are they just like normal tools, or are there like? Does anything appear to be like, ornamental, like sacrificial, like ornamental?
Yeah, you go over to these tools and look through them with your 17 investigation check.
Could I help him identifying tools?
Sure, yeah.
Like, does anything like appear to be like, oh, this is like a sacrificial dagger?
Yeah, no, you look through it all. It all looks, frankly, kind of crass. It looks like pliers and kind of blunt, jagged knives, sharp instruments. Because you rolled so well earlier, you have seen similar implements again in Yatana. Again, not identical. Nothing here is like, oh, this is the exact knife that they use. But you know what I mean? It's all similar in aesthetic,
Design.
similar in presumably purpose. Marble, go ahead.
We went past a blacksmith that was here.
Mm-hmm.
Do these materials look like they were made in that blacksmith, or they were produced in a better resourced facility such as Hallow Hive?
Sure. You can roll me a Smith's Tools check using intelligence or wisdom. I assume int is much better for you.
I have mechanist, gunsmith,
I don't. I'm gonna
have blacksmith specific.
Yes, I'm gonna say this is Smith's, so it's
I
just
can still roll it.
yeah, just straight int, which is not bad for you.
It's gonna be a 17.
17. A little hard to say. You would need to. They don't look. They don't look like they would need to be made in like a really sophisticated facility. They certainly could have been made here.
Okay.
There's nothing that indicates to you for sure whether they were or weren't. As you guys are looking at that, I'm going to come to Marisco. You've been waiting for a bit. You're kind of up on the balcony up here. What are you up to?
Yeah, you said there were two doors up here?
Yeah, so there's one door right here and one door right here.
Okay. I'd like to check out one of these doors.
Okay.
See if either of them are unlocked.
Sure. Which one do you go to?
Let's do the furthest one.
All right, so you crack that door open.
I'll do so sneakily if I can, but
Sure.
if I don't need to. That's
I'll tell you about board. You don't need to roll it for the moment.
cool.
Inside is a pretty kind of modest, minimalist looking kind of a bedchamber, essentially. There's a flat stone, like prison looking bed with ratty pillow. There's a fire with kind of a fireplace, kind of an ever burning fire in there. It is warm in here. There's a chest down at the foot of the bed that is open and empty. And then there's a little desk with some papers sitting out on it. There is a map, and then there is just like some look like sort of diagrams. They're kind of maybe of interest to you, Marisco. As you look over the diagrams, they are information about creatures of the Underdark, of the different strata of the Underdark. So there's like little monster pictures and like little notes about what these monsters do. And then there's a map that looks like it's like a topographical map of the Underdark strata. Kind of just like layers of the Underdark and how their depths are noted and stuff.
Okay, interesting. Well, I will definitely take the monster notes, and they'll update here.
Okay. You pick up these notes and just kind of hold them for the moment. As you're
Can I look over them just to like see if I can like just read through them real quick?
You kind of look through them, studying through, and it'll take you a while to look through all of them to kind of parse every page of them. But you start thumbing through. There's like notes about the snails and the fish that you have in your bag. There's notes about those anglerfish that were in the water. Lots of information about various Underdark creatures. It'll take you a little bit while to get all the details, but as you're starting to do that, as you're starting to like thumb through those papers. Anybody else doing anything in particular in this moment? Go ahead, boss.
I want to take. Which instrument do you believe that boss recognizes the most clearly as far as the aesthetic? Like,
I think there's just a sharp, jagged kind of dagger made of like black stone. Okay, yeah, you pick it up.
Past that, I would like to walk. I don't want to throw anything in my pit. I'm gonna walk up.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. I thought about just like kicking a pebble in, but I'm not gonna do that. Boss looks at it, steps up, looks down. Clearly deeper than 60 feet, I assume. Right?
Yeah, you look down and the darkness stretches long past
Do I
where
smell
you
anything
can see.
besides just like decrepit bodies?
Give me a perception check with advantage from your trunky.
Perception would be 29.
29. You smell sulfur and methane. A noxious kind of smell rising from in there. This is not new, the same smell you've been kind of smelling all across the island, but there's something rising from deep in there. You smell... There's a moment of cognitive kind of dissonance. You lower your trunk to the pit, and you smell death. You smell blood and death and flesh. And you, at first, that doesn't surprise you. You're standing at a place where bodies are sacrificed and thrown into this pit. But you look over towards the blood that is dried on the side of the pit and remember that the most recent of it is, a month or more old. You smell death more strongly than you should.
Sure, yeah. That's what I'm afraid of. I think I have retch. I'm just gonna step back.
Yeah, you almost can't help to.
I look at Marble and say, stay away from the pit. And I just, like, you see me, like, retching. And say, stay away.
Yeah. Thankfully, I have a filter.
You've got your, headless.
Yeah, I have the active, the amulet of, adaptation.
Oh, yeah, I
so
forgot you had
it makes it so I can breathe easier, so I'm just, thumbs up.
I'm imagining that thing, I hadn't thought of this till now for some reason, but as, a filter on your, glass.
Yeah.
Like a rebreather.
I think I say, there is fresh death here. And I walk up to Cadence and say, how are you with your senses? Can you see? Can you understand? Do you need assistance with the vision?
In here, I'm fine. Out there, not in the dark, but the whole town is lit up. Presumably, it's all lit up.
Would these tunnels may fare otherwise?
Possibly. But no, if you're asking if I can see in the dark, I cannot.
Okay, well, may I give you the dark visions?
If you can, that'd be amazing.
Please. I just reach out and boop, there it is.
Yeah, touch shade Cadence's eyes and cast dark vision on him.
8 hours now.
Shove some amber in your eyes.
Incredible stuff.
I would like to relate that to everyone. Bones is right there. Cadence is here. I don't know where Patches is. Marisco's out of here, but Ghosts as well. I can promise that there is fresh death in this pit. Not fresh blood on the outside of this pit, but there is something.
Fresh as in the past few days.
I believe so. It is rancid. It is.
Okay.
It is flesh. It is rot.
That is not great. But I suppose the alternative is that whatever's down there is hungry. So I suppose it could be worse. Surely we are not going down that way. Surely we are going down through the caves after the humanoids.
I believe this is the best option.
Oh, you couldn't pay me to go down that way.
And for the record, did I see humanoids going that way? I know that kind of got wrapped up into the torture checks and whatnot. But have I seen humanoid tracks from the past couple of weeks coming this way, preferably or possibly onto a torture thing?
No.
Our people did not come this way.
Okay.
It is a terrible fate, but it is not the fate that has befallen our people.
I see Marisco up on the balcony of it.
Say, Marisco, you popping that other door open, it looks like?
Yeah.
Okay. You open this
I
door.
found a map and some trivia cards.
You guys watch Mauricio step out with some papers folded up under his arm or in his hands. He's like halfway looking at them, halfway looking ahead as he pops this door open.
Mar, is there any cloth? Like a large sheet or anything?
Mauricio, you almost don't hear what Ghost says to you as you open this door. There's a long conference table made all of stone chairs, sitting on which is the enormous skull of a dragon. The dragon's skull is wearing a twisted iron crown of barbs. On the opposite wall from you is a solid golden statue, which is of a illithid, a robed illithid with tentacles down the front, hood over its head. In the corner is a bookshelf that is covered in books, and then there's also coins and gems layered on it. And then the closest thing to you, there is a pedestal with like a basin, like a liquid a basin, kind of like a bird bath almost looking, that is filled with a deep crimson liquid that looks like blood. And as you open that door, we are going to take a quick little break, and we will be back in 30 seconds. See you all very soon. And welcome back, everybody. We left off as Mauricio had opened up a door to a room that had all kinds of interesting looking things in it. There was a pedestal of blood, there was a golden statue of an illithid, a dragon with a barbed metal crown, and a shelf full of books and coins and gems. Ghost was trying to ask you about a cloth, but I think you are like distracted by this room as that happens for a moment, but we can pick up right in that moment.
Oh, I thought we were fighting a Dimulich. Okay, what was that about a cloth? You should probably come up see this. This is more interesting, whatever that is.
Can I also go over that direction since I'm just like looking at tools that...
Yeah, you kind of make your way up the stairs into that same room. You guys all... Who's not making their way up there? Is everybody going up there?
Super helpful.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I post up actually? I'll stay within earshot so I can hear like conversations. I would like to keep an eye on the front door and stealth if I can.
Okay, yeah, give me a stealth check.
Behind us, because we're all in here right now, right?
Yes.
We stayed outside.
Correct, so give me a stealth check.
26.
Okay, brilliant. You feel very well hidden. You can make a perception check to kind of look around outside if you wish to.
1.
Not great. Perception 15.
15, okay. Yeah, you don't see any patrols or anything going on outside. It all seems all quiet up there, at least for the moment.
I'll stealthily linger within earshot so I can hear what's going on, but...
The rest of you step into this room with all these strange things sitting in here.
Take me to the books, please.
Yeah. You step over towards these books. You see that there's several books down here. You don't read Infernal, right? And do you read Undercommon?
I can read Undercommon.
Okay. You look up and there's text that you don't recognize. Marble, you step up and look, and it's like... I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. It almost looks like when you see like AI-generated art of text, where it like... If you squint your eyes, it looks like there's text there, but it's just kind of like a mess of symbols. It looks like random letters in Undercommon that are also kind of like jumbled and mixed together in some spots.
So like either madness or a code.
Yeah, something like that potentially.
The spectrum.
Yep, and there's a bunch of those, and then there's also just like gems and coins, like valuables.
Does it? I don't have detect magic because I figured Ghost would always just have it.
Yeah, he might.
So I'm gonna wait to do anything, but I guess can I do a cursor look to see if there's any abjuration magic in this room?
I think without detect magic, you're not gonna really be able to detect the presence of magic.
I have detect magic.
Okay, you want to cast detect magic? All right, Patches.
I didn't say I was casting.
Okay.
He was just bragging.
I could ritual cast it, but take me several minutes.
Yeah, it takes about 10 minutes to ritual cast.
Well,
Yeah.
if you said that it is a code, can you do the literal translation and we can try to help you with the code?
Sure. But it wouldn't translate unless you know Undercommon.
What I
But
mean
maybe.
is-
I'll just translate it to the best of my
I was
ability.
going to say, I don't know.
So there's a couple problems you're encountering. One, some of it is like infernal, which Cadence isn't up here right now, but you see some text that none of you recognize. And then the other thing too, I want to make sure I've described it correctly. You're seeing like letters, but you're also seeing like weird smudges that
Is
look
it an
like they would
illusion?
be letters. You can make an investigation check to see if it's an illusion if you want to.
Ghost, do you want to do this? Because this is like literally your job. Like not your job, but like your whole thing. I don't want to like step on your toes with his illusions.
No, I understand.
I'll give you advantage then,
I can
unless you already have
take
it.
a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of see if there's what kind of illusions there are, and then
Yeah.
I can see through them.
Yes, give me a what is that? Investigation, I believe.
Investigation, I believe.
Does this give like glyph vibes, like magic circle vibes?
Give me an Arcana check if you wish.
28.
28 is really good.
Can I second that?
The Arcana also.
I'll let it fly. It's shit.
Okay.
26.
26 on the Arcana. There's nothing immediately that makes you think like glyph or abjuration or anything. A glyph of warding, one, is usually invisible, and two, once you kind of like trigger it and see it, you do usually see like arcane sigils and glyphs, and it does not look like that.
Yeah.
It does not look like arcane notation.
Notation is what I was looking
It look again. I think honestly the best way to describe it is it looks like AI generated text in the background of a picture.
Interesting.
It's like a weird smudges that look like they ought to be text,
Wait,
but are not.
Is the magic version of AI Mick?
And then Ghost, you study it. It is not an illusion. It's a weird thing. You look at it, and the very first thing you think is, "Oh yeah, that's got to be an illusion." It looks fake. It looks falsely generated. It looks like someone trying to generate text that they don't actually know how to speak.
Is this multiple books?
Yeah, there's a bunch of books up there. There's some in Undercommon, some in Infernal, and they're all kind of the same way. But Ghost, you study it very closely. You look for sort of the signatures of illusion magic and don't see them. This is not an illusion, but it does look fake. I don't know how else to say it. It looks fake, but it's not an illusion.
Ken, how long do we have? I know we should probably get a move on, but if we have a little bit of time and want to do a bit more investigating before we plunge ourselves into whatever godforsaken cave they've created, I could cast a couple of rituals to kind of do some more thorough investigation here.
I start ritual casting detect.
Okay, you start working on detect magic. It'll take 10 minutes. And then Cadence, you had a hand raise, I believe.
I was just going to say, if the plan is to watch the cave entrance for a while anyway and see what's going on, we've got plenty of time.
Yeah, I think it's largely up to you. I think the more information we have going in, the better our odds are of getting them out.
I'm going to be a little bit incapacitated for a moment. Does anybody have a blanket they don't mind abandoning?
Yes, you can have one. I have the camping gears.
Yep, several of you have camping blankets.
Right. Alright, boss, if you don't mind, shake me awake if anything happens.
Understood. I'll be right here.
And I am going to use the blanket and a little bit of rope to essentially make a makeshift parachute.
Okay.
And I'm going to toss Specs into the pit. And I'm
Absolutely.
going to see through his eyes.
Absolutely wild behavior.
He's going to hold on to the little piece of amber so that I can see down there.
Okay. I want to be careful here about you being able to give your familiar a hover speed just by tying a cloth to him. Give me
It's
a...
not hover speed. I'm just making sure that he doesn't.
I know.
fall to his death.
I just mean literally like protecting him from falling from his death is not nothing. What's the check to make a parachute, to fashion a parachute? I think that makes sense. I see two people frantically raising their hands.
Air vehicles.
Yeah,
I was going to say, I have air vehicles
Yeah, I'd
and
say
flight.
you can
I
do
also
air.
can craft something real fast.
Yep.
You could do air vehicles. You could do machinists. Even I think air vehicles is your best bet.
So dad flight lore.
Yes, absolutely. Flight lore for sure applies.
Also, instead of using the amber, let me give you a glowstone.
Yeah,
Okay.
give advantage. I think in fact,
Oh,
'cause
thank
several
God, because
several
that's
people
my
are helping
third
you.
consecutive natural one.
We do keep using the one dice.
I assume this is Dex?
Enter wisdom, I would say. I'd allow Dex. It's fine handwork.
Cool.
Fine motor skill work.
It's about the same as Int anyway. Okay, sorry. 23, 26.
Okay, lovely. 26 is plenty to fashion. you Specs, this weird little naked mole rat creature, this Mexican lizard guy. Fashion a couple little arm straps to go behind him and tie him around as like a little harness.
How heavy is he?
I don't think he's pretty light. Maybe like
Cat-sized?
Yeah, about cat-sized.
That's-
Can we,
Yeah, that's actually
can we
pretty
put like a
reasonable,
little candle on his head so that it like puts hot air into the parachute to keep it going up?
Specs looks extremely disgruntled as you wrap this contraption around him, kind of frowning a little bit. His, like 5-fingered hands are like laying over a ledge as you work on it, like a cat that's getting like a harness put on him.
Don't worry, I'll poof you back as soon as I get a good look.
All right. I guess while he's doing
And you send Specs and to go just toss him down the thing. He's got what, like a glowstone with him, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Specs. Let me get my Specs token. Goes over to the edge of this pit, 5-fingered arms kind of right by the side of it, and just pulls himself kind of down off the side. Starts kind of
Shooting like a worm from the Worms games.
floating his way down. He's got like a little light with him, right?
Yeah.
A little spelunker.
He's just holding on to.
a little pebble.
Glowstone.
Yeah. He drifts down over the course of really kind of an alarming amount of time of just down. Just down and down and down and down. Just featureless black all around him. Eventually the faint orange light of the room that he came from disappears, and he is in what feels to your vision like just an endless tunnel of black in every direction, just slowly, idly drifting downward. Eventually, his little feet meet solid ground as he hits something solid. Looking all around, you can see that this tunnel essentially diverges in many directions. You've hit sort of like a spot where this tunnel splinters off in various ways. 5, 6, 7 different ways that Specs could go. Does he wish to keep going deeper?
Do I see bodies? Did he land on bodies?
No, you do see blood. Dried, old blood. The most recent of it, a month or more old, and years worth of it prior to that. You find no other trace of any living thing having been here other than ancient blood.
Can he do a perception check to try and follow the death smell?
Yeah, you roll me a perception. Such a good roll, though.
Thank God. That was almost a 1 on my screen.
You sense through Specs' senses, if I'm not mistaken, or is it only seen here?
Only seen here.
You are mercifully spared from having to smell what Specs is smelling. There's a moment of Specs. You've asked Specs to follow the scent of death. It's a little like asking someone to follow the scent of water when they're submerged in the depths of a swimming pool. The scent of death utterly permeates everything around him. However, on a 19, he can find a direction that's a little stronger than the others and begins to hunker down and leap down another one of these turns. It gets to a point where the parachute no longer helps him that much because he's moving at kind of a grade to where he's more just crawling along the ground than he is falling. About, another 5 minutes of that later, Patches, your ritual finishes. Detect magic is done. As Ghost is doing that, as Patches is ritual casting, anybody else doing anything in this room during that little window? Go ahead, Marble.
I'm gonna, I guess, investigate what's in this room and just kind of get an idea for like, probably start with the dragon and then work my way counterclockwise.
Sure. You already rolled, I think, a 26 investigation check, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Yeah,
I help, but I'm not proficient, so it does nothing.
perfect. You try your best.
He is doing a great job helping.
Yeah, it's kind of what you see is what you get here, other than that's not really pictured very well here. This dragon skull is enormous, much bigger than the skull of perhaps like Rami Asher, the last dragon you saw in its dragon form. This must be an older dragon than that. It has, again, a black sort of barbed crown sitting on its head. Behind it, there's this golden statue that looks either gold-plated or solid gold of an illithid. Robes pulled up over the head, tentacles down the front. Pretty featureless and plain other than that. Again, the books you kind of already looked over thoroughly. And then there is this basin, kind of like a bird bath or a pedestal that's filled with what looks like, from a distance at least, blood. There's a thick crimson liquid. It doesn't smell very strong. It doesn't like smell like blood for whatever reason.
Is it?
Do you have specific questions about any of this?
Yeah. Does the dragon skull make anyone else kind of crave like a dragon steak? You said there's a crown.
It's funny that you say.
You said the dragon had like a crown on it.
Yeah.
Could you go into more detail on that?
Yeah, the dragon is wearing it's like a black circlet of like black metal of some kind.
Like iron, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Or
it does look like iron, yes. And it's got kind of like
but no
barbed-
rust or anything on it.
No, it looks in good condition. Looks new. It's like twisted and barbed, kind of like a crown of thorns or whatever. It looks honestly maybe a little too small for this dragon skull. It's kind of like sitting on top, like Princess Peach or something.
Yeah.
It's got like a skull sitting on top of it.
Is it like, I don't know. It's giving me kind of Crown of Madness vibes, like the spell, because I know that it kind of puts like...
Yeah,
does it
not
actually
dissimilar
give-
to that. Looks quite a bit like that, honestly.
And there's not like any like arcane sigils or any
No.
type of...
No
wounds
like
on it?
symbology or anything on it. Patches, your detect magic finishes. You step into the room. Everything that I've described is magical. The skull is magical. The crown is magical. The pedestal is magical. The statue is magical. All of the books are magical. The bookshelves themselves are not magical, and the coins and the gems are not magical, but everything else is.
What classes?
And they are all transmutation.
Dispel all of them, see what happens.
That sounds fun.
That's
Go
fine.
ahead, Bones.
Have we already? Has we perused the books to see what they're about?
You have not yet. Nope, you just looked at like the
how do I put this? Bones has the tremendous discipline to not touch or mess with stuff until we get it to detect magic, because that's how you die.
Right.
Once Patches clears it, he starts going through and looking without touching the book spines to see what the titles are. To
Yeah,
see if there's
that's what I was describing before. You see a bunch of weird, jumbled, fake-looking
Okay,
text.
got it. Okay,
they're on
got
the
it.
spines.
Just
If that's the case, then like we can...
yeah, if it's transmutation, I will start opening some of them up.
Lovely. Bones, you reach up and grab one of these books. As you stick your hand to it, you go to pull it back, and it like sticks in the bookshelf. You like can't get it out. And then you go to release the book, and your hand will not release
Yeah, that
from
makes
the
a lot of
book. You watch the weird fake text like shifting and changing, and the books start to sort of like blob up together, and a tongue wraps itself around your arm and down your forearm. We're going to roll ourselves some initiative.
Mimics can't read!
The letter thing makes so much sense.
And then we will be right back, friends. We're going to roll initiative. See you in 30 seconds. Be back. And welcome back, everybody. We jump into this initiative order. As Bones reaches up to this bookshelf to pull a book down and it clings to his hand, you watch as, like, octopus-like tentacles wrap themselves around Bones' forearm, and then all of the books sort of amass into a pile of books that sort of melts and changes into a big blob of kind of red flesh covered in eyes and teeth and mouths that are in various layers. This big giant seam opens in it with teeth, and then inside of that is another eye and another mouth, and inside of that is another eye, as this thing moves to begin devouring Bones. The gold and the gems stay on the bookshelf. The bookshelf is still there. It seems that the gems and the bookshelf are, not part of this mimic, at least. Everyone is surprised by this, of course, except Boss, who cannot be surprised and rolled first in initiative. Boss, you're acutely watching. You see these books shifting before it can catch you off guard. What would you like to do?
First off, I'm going to use my bonus action just to punch it.
Okay.
Just strike it first.
Sure, yeah. Give me an attack roll.
25.
Absolutely hits.
6 points.
6 points of damage. As you swing your fist into it, you feel like you're punching like a beanbag or something, and your fist slams in, and no sooner is your fist slammed in than it slips a little further in than you even thought it would. Tentacles wrap around your arm. You are grappled. Your hand is stuck in it.
Okay. I have advantage on being grappled.
No save for this. You'll have advantage on your check to try to break out of it. But.
So on my action, then I'm just going to shoot it with the shotgun.
Okay, lovely. One hand stuck in it, one hand holding a shotgun so close to you.
15.
15 will hit.
7 points.
7 more points of damage. His shotgun blast shreds a bunch of flesh and blood against the back wall of this place. Breaks a little bit of the bookshelf. Rings out in this place. Loud shot. That's your action and bonus action, I believe. All right. Cadence, surprise. Morisco, surprise. Behind you guys, you hear a clink, 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 as the crown kind of falls off onto the table and onto the ground next to it, as the skull itself, like the eyes start to light up, and then it starts to melt and then turn into a huge, terrible blob up on the table.
Wait, did that mimic put the crown on its head and then transform? That's so cute.
This is about to be here in the lunch, probably.
Why is it...
As it is still kind of in dragon head form, the whole dragon skull turns your way, and then it opens, and as it's sort of like morphing into a mimic, there's a spray of acid spittle that sprays out and hits Bones, Morisco, Boss, Marble, Patches, Ghost. I need all of you guys to make a dexterity saving throw. Big difference. 15 from Morisco, 21 from Boss, 15 from Bones. Ghost, what you got?
I am prone, blind, and deaf. I'm pretty sure I just failed.
You fail your dexterity saving throw, that is correct. Let's see here, Marble.
1.
Okay. And who did I miss? Boss. Oh no, I got yours. Patches. That's what I need. Dexterity save.
5.
Okay. So that is failures from Marble, Ghost, and Patches. It kind of works because the other 3 are in one direction, and these are in one direction. The 3 to the north, Bones, Boss, and Morisco, who succeeded. The 3 of you each take 8 points of acid damage.
The rest of us
succeeded.
That's on a success. The 3 that failed, the 3 of you up to the north turn around in time to see this thing turning towards you, and then again, wisely shield your eyes as the spray comes towards you and take a little bit of damage. The other 3 of you, Marble and Patches, you turn and don't turn away or shield your eyes fast enough. You each take 16 points of acid damage and are blinded.
It's just gunking up my glass.
Yeah, I understood. If your glasses, it does actually make sense. The glass dome is just covered in acid spittle and you can't see. You need your windshield wipers now. For Ghost, you are plunging through a stench of death in a black tunnel and suddenly are jarred back into your normal senses as your body is covered in caustic spittle.
Boy.
And that is the end of Big Guy's turn. He will... Actually, he might move. Oh yeah, he moves. He's going to come right down here. slithers down off the table and kind of flops down onto the floor.
Can I use, as my reaction, Propulsive Breeze?
Oh, hell yeah.
Push it at 15 feet further out the door.
All right, what's the save?
It's strength. 16.
16. Okay, it adds plus 5 to this. It needs 11 or higher to succeed. That's a 12 on the die. It succeeds and is not pushed. And then on a 5 or a 6, it regains its caustic spittle. That's a 1. It does not regain its acid spit. Okay, that is the big guy's turn. Ghosts, needless to say, you are surprised. Over next to you, Bones, as you're trying to pull your hand free of these books, the statue melts into a pile of gold and then forms into one of these gibbering, terrible piles of ooze.
It's the worst.
It extends a tendril out towards you, Bones. Terrible. It's an 8 to hit. Okay. That is it for that one. Bones, surprised. Lastly, all of the sort of blood spills off of the side of this pedestal of liquid and begins to form an ooze. The pedestal itself crumbles down and becomes part of it. This one will make an attack against... Well, everyone's close. It's going to go for the one that's grappled by its friend. It's going to go for Boss. That's a 10 to hit, Boss. I'm sure that misses.
Misses.
All right. That's it for these ones. Marble, you are up. You are surprised, unfortunately. Last Mimic, the Book Mimic. It's got 2 people grappled. Delicious.
I take the crown and run.
It's gonna... The first person that got was Bones. It's gonna keep trying to eat Bones. That is a 17 to hit.
That is.
Okay. Bones, you take 14 points of piercing and acid damage. These tentacles make their way all the way up to your shoulder and to your neck, and you start to feel chewing on your hand and wrist. That is now... That's all it can do on its turn. Patch's surprise. Top of the round, Boss. You are back up again.
Fuck. Well, stone form.
Okay. A bunch of the strange gray stone of this place pulls itself free of the walls and floor, starts swirling around you. I think all 3 of these guys have to make dex saves, right?
Correct.
Let me tell you about the dexterity of a blob of ooze.
It's not good.
That is a really good rolls for them. A 12, a 12, and an 18. I think the 12s fail and the 18 succeeds.
18 does. The other 2 take 6 points of bludgeoning off the jump.
All right, that's your bonus action. Stone starts swirling all around you.
Cool. The one that saved, I shoot it.
All right, perfect. One hand stuck in one mimic, one hand pointing a shotgun the other direction.
Nat 20.
Hell yeah, that's a crit. Double your dice.
8 times 2.
16 points of damage. Hell yeah. You put another shotgun blast into one of these things. It starts wriggling on the ground. Still looking okay, though. Anything else on your turn? That's your action, bonus action. You're grappled, so you can't move. So. Oh, also, sorry. Make your shotgun... This sucks for you on a crit. Make your shotgun attack with disadvantage. You have disadvantage on attacking against any creature that you're not grappled... Or that other than the one grappling you.
Still 17.
Okay, still a hit, just not a crit. So we get it back half of that damage.
Don't.
I will. That now brings us to Cadence. You hear shotguns being fired up in the room where you came from.
I do. Alright, so 60 feet of movement should bring me here. With a cutting action dash. Sorry,
Okay.
I should have said that first.
Got it.
Can I see that, like, mimic?
I think you
right
can see
past
this
the
one.
door?
Yeah, you
I
can
didn't
see
can I
this
see
one.
anything. I guess I should
Yeah,
just
you-
phrase it that way.
Yep, I think you can see this one right here from where you are.
Okay. I have only one move, and that is to shoot it. So
Do it. Roll with advantage, you were hidden from it.
19 to hit.
Absolutely hits.
22 piercing damage.
Ooh, 22 points of piercing damage. A bullet rockets through the doorway and splatters blood against the wall. This thing is down to bloodied.
That is movement, bonus, and regular action. I believe I have
All right.
done those.
Morisco, that brings it to you.
Okay, we need more damage output. Let's summon our friend. I'm going to use cast spiritual weapon
Okay.
back on this side of this
Cool.
guy.
I use the patches one to do yours.
Sure. I think it's like a meat cleaver that you'd use for cleaning a fish.
Hell yeah. Giant ass meat cleaver.
Cool. So I think that swings.
It does, yep. It's part of the same action. You summon it, you also swing it. 10's gonna miss, unfortunately.
Well, that's okay. I still have my main action to swing myself on the one above me.
Okay, one grappling bones and boss.
Yeah. Like, there's no way I can get them out, so I just need to kill it.
Yep. So you can use an action to try to break it free, but probably a better idea to just kill it.
Yeah.
That'll be a hit.
And plus 3 from the dex, so 5.
Alright, 5 points of damage. Alright,
Yeah, I think that's it.
okay. That brings us next up is Big Mimic. Big Mimic.
Oh, wait. Can I still use? Can I use my reaction to smite on that?
It does not cost a reaction. It doesn't cost a reaction, but yes, you can smite it.
Oh wait. Okay, cool. I'll do that as well.
It's just an extra 2d8. Very nice, 9 more
Nine.
points. Alright, cool. That brings it down to bloodied. 2 of these guys are looking pretty rough already. Alright, Big Mimic. First thing it's going to do is try to swing a pseudopod down towards Ghost, who is prone. So it has advantage. That is going to be 19, I'm sure hits Ghost. Ghost, you take 9 points of bludgeoning damage. More importantly, you are both grappled and restrained by this thing, as it wraps a pseudopod all the way around like your shoulders and around your body to hold you still. And then with its second attack, it's going to pull you into itself and try to bite you with one of its many mouths. That is a big ol' hit, 23 to hit. Jesus Christ, this damage roll. Good God almighty. That is 36 points of damage on a near maximum damage roll. Jesus. 2 10s on 2d10 plus a 6 and a 5 on 2d6.
Is that just on Ghost?
All on Ghost, yep.
I use my Swift Triage.
Oh, hell yeah, that is
Nice.
key, because he's about to get fucking eaten. So yeah, you step in and can immediately heal him, and he will never drop.
Shake me if anything bad happens. Gets eaten.
Shake me if anything bad happens. 5 seconds later, eaten. So good. What are you waking up like? Hey, you're, something bad's happening.
Just say that.
What kind of
You
healer are
have
you
1
doing?
HP, don't worry about it.
So you're within touch range, so you can do cure wounds if you want to. It's
I
better.
mean, Swift Triage lets me move towards them anyway.
yes. Either way.
Yeah, I'll cure wounds.
All right. Which level?
We'll go with 3rd.
Okay, that's 3d8 plus 12.
26.
26 points of healing to you, Ghost. As this thing is trying to pull you into one of its many mouths to pull you to the center of it and devour you, Patches just very swiftly reaches out and places a hand on you. You feel a surge of healing magic stitching your wounds closed. Okay, incredible. That's Big Behemoth. It is going to stay right there. It still likes its odds. It's too dumb to not like its odds. Ghost, that is your turn. You are grappled, restrained, and prone, unfortunately. Oh, real quick before you go, on a 5 or a 6, it regains its acid spit. That's a 5. It does regain its acid spit. You start to see that as it pulls Ghost towards it, some acid starts dripping down one of its many mouths. It is ready to use that again.
We need to surround.
It should be really easy while half of you are grappled.
Yeah. True.
Oh, what, you guys were enjoying just looking for cool mysteries and stuff? You didn't want to fight some random oozes?
All in the same room.
So I'm torn between continuing to watch through Spec's eyes
Jesus Christ.
or not.
I don't think you.
Because if I stop, the thing is if I stop looking through his eyes, I can't reconnect to him because he's definitely more than 120 feet away from me.
You're saying you still haven't left his eyes. So you have
Right.
no idea what's happening to your body right now. You feel
I'm
you're
just being. I feel pain. Like I know that there's something happening.
right.
Maybe it's just an acid prank, though.
It's just an acid prank.
Subtle little acid.
Ghost dropped the bead by accident. Here we are.
That's like
The
Oh, sorry,
problem is,
Bones
even
dropped
if I come out of it, I don't have combat spells. Like I can't help with this situation. Yeah, I'll come out of it.
Okay.
And just be like, bloody hell!
All the treasures in this room are gone, and it's full of mimics,
Oops, all mimics.
The crown.
except for the crown and some
And the
coins and
gold
gems. Yeah.
I need those gems. I need this thing to make a intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence, you say? You talking about the big unit?
The big one. The big one that's got me.
Well, tell you something about the intelligence save of these creatures. That's a nat 3 for 3. Crit
Beautiful. It's just kind of in a panic. A bunch of the blue butterflies swirl around Ghost, and they are going to turn into a bunch of like 3 dozen blue swords that hover above this thing, and then slam down, creating this cage of swords
Okay.
that start to pin its limbs and fleshy body to the ground.
Okay.
I am casting Phantasmal Force, essentially just trying to put a barrier between it and me.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, you slam it down.
Does Phantasmal Force... Is it hurt? Is it bad if we attack it while it's under Phantasmal Force?
Yeah, you're okay to attack it, I believe.
So it basically just believes that it's stuck here behind a wall of swords, essentially.
Yeah.
No damage at the moment, I don't believe. Or were you trying to damage it?
I will be trying to damage it. They are like holy swords,
Love it.
essentially. Little lightsabers that are piercing it. But yeah, it's piss damage. It's not going to do a ton, but
I was able to get. That happens on its turn, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
No, I am grappled. I don't have a bonus action to get myself away from here, so
All right.
that is unfortunately all I've got.
Okay. That then brings us to Mimic up here. He's almost a meal. Bones is almost a meal. Let's eat it. Attack on Bones. That's a hit. 23.
Is this how Bones literally dies?
Bones done?
Yeah, enough. It does like 11 damage. You guys watch Bones kind of go limp as these two up here are essentially fighting over him. He is grappled by both of the ones to the north, and they are trying to pull him apart and each get half of him to eat. That's this Mimic's turn. Bones, I need you to make me a death. You take a level of exhaustion right now, and I need you to make a death saving throw.
17.
All right. That brings us to Bottom Mimic. Let's see. It currently has Boss grappled. No, Boss is grappled by the other one. It's going to try to also get Boss. Miss. Terrible. 5. Or sorry, 8 total. But okay. Is that one? Marble, that is you.
Okay. I'm going to step diagonally upward.
This one will take an opportunity attack against you. It's 5 feet. That's miss. 10.
Cool. I'm going to step one more foot back.
Like here?
Yep. I'm going to use my bonus action to turn into large.
Okay, hell yeah.
So I think I now have a reach of 15 feet.
Love to see it.
I'm going to attack the one that is on the other side of Bones, and I'm going to try to shove it 10 feet into that wall, as well as... So hopefully that just does more damage.
Little bonus damage, potentially, yeah. So start with your attack. Ooh, yeah, nat 19 will do it.
Yeah. And that is a D10
Yep.
plus...
Is there a save against getting pushed back, or does it just happen?
If you hit, you can.
Okay, great. Then you give me an extra D6 for slamming it against the wall.
best damage. It's going to be 11 points of bludgeoning
11
damage.
points of bludgeoning damage as it gets slammed up against the wall. I would say that, like, if there was space for it to move, it might break the grapple, but I think because it stays in the same spot, the grapple remains.
Second attack.
Okay.
Same one.
Love it.
I'm going to use my inspiration. Never mind, it's in that one.
Oh, what was the first roll?
The first roll was 9.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately, second attack, you just kind of slam the wall behind it, splinter some of the wood of the bookshelf, but does not hit the beast. All right, next up, Mimic that has bones grappled. Wait,
And me.
yeah, both of you grappled. Bites bones. What else would it do? It's
I
going to
think I got my reaction back, so
You
I'm
have.
going to impose disadvantage.
critically important. It has advantage because Bones is unconscious. That makes this just a straight roll. If it hits, it is automatically a crit, and we'll deal 2 death saves to Bones. It adds 5 to hit. What is your armor class, Bones?
16.
16. On a roll of 11 or higher, Bones is going to fail 2 death saving throws. I'll roll in front of the board. That's a 12 on the die. Bones, you fail 2 death saving throws. You guys hear a sickening pop from one of Bones' shoulders as this thing is trying to pull his arm off and eat it.
Grenades, he's safe.
Patches, that is your turn.
Uh,
It is a real
10
good thing
gallons
Bones
of acid
succeeded in the death save of his
explodes.
turn.
well, good thing no one needs any healing. So.
Yeah,
Everyone seems fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Any healing.
Get him back up, yes.
Yeah, I'll just healing word.
Okay.
8
8 points. Bones, you regain. You're swimming in and out of consciousness as you feel your shoulder dislocate, but you feel it snap back into place as Patches does a little healing at you from a distance. That is your bonus action, Patches. You got action and movement if you want it.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell it done.
Which thing you do it to?
Bones.
Get up, get down.
I'm just like using him to just farm healing.
Right, yeah.
Tracker down there.
Patches is like a notebook. He's quickly writing down how much he's healing.
I'll just do it on the one next to Bone.
Okay, that's one closest to dead. It adds but a +1 to this wisdom saving throw. I'll roll it on the board. Total 19 on the nat 18. I think it saves and takes no damage, unfortunately. Unfortunate roll there. That probably would have finished that guy.
And that's it. I'll stay there.
Okay, top of the round, boss.
Cool. Healing word. Bones.
All right.
Exile Bahatar. And then I throw out 2d4. Oh, man, perfect. 12.
Hell yeah, nice.
to
12
you.
points.
Bones.
Bones looking okay.
12?
12
Bless.
He can take a whole 12 to death.
Looking better than you now, percentage-wise. That's your bonus.
Oh, and then with the scimitar, as it flashes that extra healing power towards Bones, I smash it down on the one that's grappling me.
Okay, cool.
This is going to take an extra, if I hit, an extra bludgeon damage equal
Oh, yeah.
to my prop.
Yeah, as you swing your scimitar, stones swirl and follow it, pelting it as you swing.
I think that hits 19.
Yes, absolutely hits.
6 points, plus another 3.
All right, 9 points. It is still up by about a hair. That's your action and your bonus action. You can't move currently, so I believe that brings us to Cadence.
Okay, this might be a long shot, but I'm going to try to hide from that mimic I just shot.
I'll allow it.
Bonus
You're,
action.
yeah, you're in a good spot to be able to hide. You're not even in the room with it.
16,
Okay.
and then I will try to shoot it.
You have advantage.
15 to hit.
That'll do it.
24 piercing damage.
24. It had 28 hit points left. It is barely standing.
Sucks a lot.
You guys have both gotten so close to finishing those two.
Okay.
That's your bonus action. You can move if you wish to.
Yeah, okay. Can I do... Alright, so that little path I have charted there.
Yep.
Can I jump onto this pew, run across it, jump onto this little ledge thingy, and then pull myself up onto the railway?
I would
with
call
that
it
movement.
I would call it like a DC 12 feat of acrobatics or athletics, your choice.
I will attempt acrobatics. Natural 1.
Okay.
Oh no.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't punish such a thing, but on that one, I think you make it up to here and then kind of slip and land down here, prone.
Perfect.
It's not far enough to take fall damage, but you do land prone.
Thankfully,
That's
you're
neat.
hidden, so no one sees it happen.
Correct.
True. You look so cool doing it.
Actually, that's exactly where I wanted to be, so this is actually perfect.
All right, that brings us to Morisco.
Okay, I'm gonna move the spiritual weapon to here and have it attack this mimic.
Okay.
What is his weapon again? Is it a frying pan?
It's a big, meat cleaver knife, like for scaling a fish.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Nat 20, hell
There
yes.
it is.
Yay! I'm assuming it's dead.
It is, yeah. You can roll damage if you wish to, but
Roll the
this one
damage.
is
We have to know.
I think it's a D8, so I get 2 of them.
Yep, that's right. Your spectral cleaver just slices this thing in half, and it slides down to the floor, a pile of steaming.
Just
meat
like
on
go
the
full
ground.
hibachi on it and just like
Yeah, it wriggles
He
a
doesn't.
little bit.
He doesn't even have to prepare it now. It's
Yeah.
just already done.
Your spiritual weapon keeps chopping it up, chop as you continue fighting.
Hell yeah, thank you, spiritual weapon. You know exactly what I wanted to do. Okay. I mean, it cost me the same amount of actions to just swing at it or to booming blade, so I guess I booming blade just in the off chance that it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the one above.
Figured. Nat 20 again.
Oh
Holy fuck. As your spiritual weapon is behind you, chopping up that mimic, you with your booming blade start chopping up this one. These two mimics are both gone. Bones and Boss, you are released from your. Well, Bones, you're still grappled by a different one, but Boss, you're released from your grapple.
My headcanon is that mimics are very sought after as monster food, and so Morisco was like,
Absolutely.
I gotta get this shit.
He's got cook.
The mimic.
Yeah.
He's got cook fever. All right, that's your action. Bonus action. Hell of a turn. Anything else for you? You can move if you wish.
Oh, wait, movement. I should do that actually.
I say you do see spit dribbling down the thing that's coming right after you to take its turn. So, not to tell you your business, but if you wish to, you can make it completely out of this room.
I can run back in next turn. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, probably wise. Get yourself some cover. You see, Cadence is definitely not recovering from having fallen on her ass jumping up this wall.
There's a big one out here. It's gone now.
Next up, Big Mama Behemoth.
Bad. This is so bad.
Yep, Big Mama has the breath back and is going to damn well use it.
So it takes 5 points of damage.
Thank
of
you.
force damage. Technically should have taken that on my turn, but
Here it is now.
I misread.
I don't think it ever affected anything, so we're good there.
Yeah, I don't think it would have made a difference.
Okay. It's got spittle dripping down its front. The most people it can get are going to be Ghost, Boss, and Bones, despite the fact that it is like encased in this cage of magical swords pinning some of its limbs down. It can nonetheless still breathe an acid spit through those bars, and it breathes acid onto Ghost, Boss, and Bones. I need dexterity saves from the three
It
of you.
does think there's like a wall there.
I was gonna say,
So you're making like a solid wall?
Well, it's not like, you know, it's a solid fence.
So you absolutely can. It's your illusion. You can make it a solid wall of swords if you wish to. I was envisioning just like a few swords pinning it down, but is it like encased in swords?
Enough to like keep it away from me is the idea.
Understand. Okay. How are we
The
gonna
main
move
idea was
this?
just like, hey, don't bite me again, please.
Right. It already has you grappled, though. I think what it currently believes is that it cannot pull you in through this wall to eat you. As in it will not like reel you in to bite you. I think that this thing, the way that it would get rid of a wall of swords is to spit acid at it and try to melt it. I think it is still
Yes,
going to do what it would do and spit acid in that direction. So I need dex saves from Ghost, Boss, and Bones.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, ghosts.
I'm one off. What buff this one?
If you're one off, I can give you a success.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. I'm one off.
It depends. You're one off.
I have ways to maybe fix it if somebody else needs it. So what's everybody else?
Boss, what do you got?
10.
10, okay.
I do have a question though. Absorb elements.
Yeah. So if you use that right now, you will take instead 17 acid damage, and then your next attack will do a little bit of bonus acid.
1d6. I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so
I'll give mine to
Okay,
Bone.
Bones, you succeed and take 17 acid damage. Now, if you want to, you can
Thank you.
give resistance here. It's up to you.
Yeah, the only person it works on right now is Bones.
Oh, you did give it to Bones. I'm sorry.
I did?
We hashed that
I
out.
can't give it to Ghost, unfortunately, and he has resistance, so
Okay. Okay. That brings Boss and Bones, importantly, still standing.
Yeah.
Neither are knocked down by that. Ghost does get knocked down by it. I think, does that end that spell? Was it concentration?
Yeah, it's concentration.
Okay, unfortunately, the spell ends. That is its full action. It now cannot, reel in Ghost to start eating him, sadly. On a roll of 5 or 6, it regains its acid spit. It's a 2. It does not regain its acid spit. Next up in initiative is Ghosts. I need a death saving. You take a level of exhaustion, and I need a death saving throw. Why do you have a minus? Oh, that's from the exhaustion. Okay. The exhaustion almost makes that a fail. but
exhaustion
it's not.
and him being, I think, afraid.
Afraid doesn't do anything for that.
I thought he was suffering trauma or something.
No, that's been fixed for now.
Oh, okay.
That was going on for a minute.
Because he has 2 negative ones.
I have 2 levels of exhaustion because
Gotcha.
Zeke has literally ganked me every fight.
Listen,
It does seem like he hates you.
I am not the one that chose to go into this fight unconscious.
I mean, this is your arc, so it makes sense that
but you have a success on your.
I would not be alive for any of the
Yeah,
combat.
it is a classic D&D tradition that you be useless in your own arc. That's a tradition at this point.
I didn't choose for you to have no combat abilities, and I do sympathize with you because I did the same thing with Jane.
Yeah.
All right.
The problem is that I have no combat abilities right now, but the second I hit level 14, you're fucked.
Yeah, as soon as Jane got slow, it's all over.
Right. I look forward to it.
Or entropy.
Okay. The mimic that is grappling Bones is going to eat Bones.
Please don't.
It loves to, though. It loves to so much. Hits. And I'm sure knocks you back down. Thankfully, you don't fail 2 death saving throws. You succeeded from succeeding that other spell.
I hold my turn. It's okay, I'm just not doing anything this
I hold
fight.
my
It's
turn
fine.
to not roll.
Oh, does it? I'm assuming it just does the
Yeah,
enough damage.
unfortunately, you now suffer a second level exhaustion for 2, and I need you to make a death saving throw.
Fail.
Okay, a failure in the Bones column. Marble, it is your turn.
I guess I can just start wailing on that mimic.
Okay, little one.
The little one, yeah.
Okay.
24.
Absolutely.
And can I push it into the wall that it's next to? Or
Yeah, totally. So
Okay.
we can just smack in the wall next to you for that extra d6. Ooh, good roll.
That's going to be 19 points of bludgeoning damage.
19 points of bludgeoning damage. We're down to almost half.
Oh boy. And then I guess I'll do it again. He's only grappling Bones, right?
Only grappling Bones right now, correct.
20. That's it, yeah.
Another good roll.
For 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
18 points of bludgeoning damage. A couple of big swings of your heavy Morning Star smash this thing against the wall, and almost halfway splatters against the wall.
So these things have attacked things that they have grappled.
Correct.
Have we seen one that has had 2 people grappled and killed one, but that are knocked out someone and gone after the other person still, or do they focus on what they have killed?
The last time it happened, it knocked Bones down and continued trying to eat Bones,
It
even though it
prioritized-
had boss grappled.
Right. Prioritized eating over survival.
Okay. Then I won't try to lure it.
Okay. All right.
Really.
Patches, your turn. Patches.
Wow, I'm so glad I get to have really fun spells. This
Yeah, I'm so sorry. This has been a brutal fight.
well, Ghost is down again, so I'll wake him back up.
All right, another cure wounds.
I'll just do healing word. 5.
All right, Ghost once again drifting in and out of consciousness. You're back up with 5 hit points. Patches, you got an action left.
I'll just toll the dead.
On the nearly dead one, I presume?
Yeah, might as well.
That's a failure.
5.
Wow. Damn. Not gonna do it. Okay. The dice have not been on you guys' side this fight. Boss, it is your turn.
I said, Exoth Mahatar.
Getting bones back up?
9 more points of life for you.
Alright.
Stand up, wake up. Smashing the mimic beside him with the scimitar.
Scimitar, okay. Stones trailing behind the blade as it swings.
24 to hit.
That'll hit.
10 more points of damage.
It had 10 more points of health left. Nice. Finish that one off. You swing the scimitar down, pebbles follow through, and just pelt it down into the ground and smash it. Bones, you are released from its grip. You feel the tentacle wrapped around your arm and shoulder finally go slack and kind of slide off to the side.
Praise me.
Alright, do you want to move? Or are you staying there? This thing does not have acid back if that affects your decision.
Yeah, is there any way to like push between him and Ghost?
Between the monster and Ghost?
Yeah.
I don't think so, unfortunately. It's literally got him grappled. It's got tentacles wrapped around him and is holding him.
Step up beside Ghost.
Okay. Alright, that brings us now to Cadence.
Have my movement to stand up.
I'm so sorry. If it was anything besides a nat one,
No,
I wouldn't have
How
done that
cool,
to you.
how cool could you stand up to make it look like you didn't fall?
Yeah,
on
you
your
do
ass?
like the leap up onto your feet thing.
Yeah,
Off your back.
just do one of those things. One of those quick little like breakdance moves. Cunning action dash.
Into the room or like peek around the door?
Can I? Well, I'm going around the stairs this time.
Yes,
because I
figured.
can't. It's still with 30 feet. Can I get past Morisco? Because it's 20
here.
feet at
15 is
Morisco.
here. 30 is here. 15 more gets you here. You got 15 feet of movement left. You could potentially not dash and attack from back here. You've got an angle. I'd give it like half cover.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll try hiding.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
12.
12, unfortunately. Well, you go and fire your shots, and this thing has too many eyes, and it sees you.
I'm gonna cast Shadow Projectile.
He needs to make an end save, right?
Yeah.
Terrible. Crit fail.
Beautiful.
Oh,
So yeah,
this has a crit fail, doesn't it?
it does, yes. His next attack after this one also has advantage.
So
So
it
takes.
takes 5 points of psychic damage, and you have advantage on this attack.
Yep, so Cadence, your attack has advantage, and the next attack also has advantage on this thing.
I'm like such shit tonight. 15. I'm sorry, 16 to hit.
16 hits.
21 piercing damage.
21 points of piercing damage. Rocket a bullet through the center mass of this giant, terrible ooze. Splatters blood against the back wall. That's your action bonus movement. I believe that's it for you. Let's bring it to Morisco's turn.
Okay, first I'll move the spiritual weapon to the opposite side.
Makes sense. Give me an attack with that. You've received,
Nice.
received an enthusiastic thumbs up from the boss. 26 will hit.
Alright, cool.
You have advantage, so roll again.
Oh yeah, roll for a crit, yeah. Because of the shadow projectile.
You never know.
Oh, so close to a
just
crit.
like 19. It's fun though.
Still,
Okay.
2d8.
It's just 1d8 or is it 2d8?
You know what, you're right, it is 1d8, I think.
5d8.
I think it was 2
17d8.
because it crit. Yeah.
Outstanding. Alright, cool. That's your bonus.
I want in there. I want to be able to smite it. So
Wise.
I'll tabaxi dash. I should.
So you can get back there, that's fine.
Able to get back here. Yeah.
Surrounding it is very wise with its cone breath. Yep. A 20 will hit.
That's it.
And you can smite if you wish to for an extra 2d8 damage.
Yep. I'll just go ahead and roll all 3.
Yeah, just roll it all.
I think you're missing a die. It should be 4, right? Because
Oh yeah, one more for the booming blade too. You have a total of 48.
Oh, okay, cool.
Guess it's 2, 1 for your normal damage, 2 for smite, and 1 for booming. Nice. So total of 22 plus.
Nice.
22 plus your dex.
Dex is a 3.
So 25 points of damage. Nice. Jesus. They will hit. You swing,
Yeah.
stab your rapier into the back of this thing, and there's a flash of light in the back of it. A smell like sea foam and salt. Is down, I think, to about bloodied or so. Alright, that's action, bonus action, movement.
It is important if it is bloody, because I do an extra d4 if it's bloody.
I think you just brought it down to bloodied
Okay,
with that
So
attack.
it had to, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Alright, that's its turn. Sadly, it does not have the ability to breathe again. It really wants to finish the meal that it has been grappling this whole time, but Patches keeps fucking it up. Okay, it's going to use one attack to try to get Patches.
Actually, hear me out.
Okay.
If I was a mimic and I kept eating something and something kept making more of that food appear, I wouldn't kill it.
Thank you for your contribution. 10 to hit Patches.
Surely that misses. Please tell me that
And
misses.
then second attack on Patches. That'll definitely hit. 25 to hit Patches. Patches, you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage, which I think knocks you down.
Yeah.
And you are grappled and restrained.
No. It can't be.
Now it can start eating if it gets another turn. That's it for its turn. Actually, don't do it. It is going to. This is probably not a good idea for it to do, but it's a big, dumb, stupid mold. It takes a step forward, carrying its prey with it. Mauricio, you can make an opportunity attack if you wish
He
to.
gets booming blade.
Oh,
It
yeah.
also takes booming blade.
You're roll me booming, and then you can make an opportunity attack if you want.
Oh, it's not much, but yeah, I will. Step to the brave attack. Ooh, an 8's not gonna do it. But I'm going to use Favored by the Gods to add 2d4.
Okay. You need to get to a 15 to hit. So you need 7 on these 2d4. It'll be a high roll.
It'll be a higher
See what
roll,
happens.
but
He's got this.
It's fine.
He's favored by the gods.
Not quite.
No,
Attack still
not
misses.
that favored.
Okay.
Oh well. That has
Tolerated
not
by the
worked yet,
gods.
by the way. I think I fucked up Favored by the Gods every time.
Yeah, it does not actually hit a single time yet. It then will take, so that's 5 feet. Here's 10 feet of movement. It's still in Marble's range. Squeezing through this door while dragging these guys is going to take half speed. So it's just 10, 20, leaves Boss's range. Boss, you can make an opportunity attack if you wish to. You have advantage because of the squeezing.
I'd love to.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Ghost is still conscious. So never mind. This is as far as it can go because it only has half its movement speed. I thought Ghost was a corpse. Ghost is still living. So this is as far as it makes it on its turn. It's like squeezing in that space.
Cool. So that would be a dirty 20.
Yeah, hits.
So 14.
14? Okay.
Also, double check. Did Phantasmal Force go down at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
Less concentration on that. Yep. Okay.
15 points.
That is it. It's used its action. It's used its movement. It's squeezing as fast as it can. But Ghost is like putting the brakes on as hard as he can to not get dragged out of this place. Ghost, that brings it to your turn.
I'll flick my staff a little bit, and I need it to make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution, you say?
Yeah,
I like that
which
one.
it's very good at.
18.
Yeah. Okay. That's my turn.
Okay. Bones. You get a turn. Oh my
I
god.
do get a turn.
Oh, I'm sorry about your night that you've been having.
It's okay. I touched
Are
it.
you gonna kill it with one shot?
Remember, you got
course.
2 levels of exhaustion, I
I do
believe,
have 2
so
levels of
minus 2 to
exhaustion.
whatever you roll.
That's fine. I cunning action aim. I line up a shot towards the tendril that is holding Patches. It's a bajillion to hit minus 2, so 23.
That,
23.
Bazillion 998
Yeah.
Bazillion? Okay, yeah.
Or, well, it's 998, but yeah. He needs to give me a strength saving throw.
Okay. 16.
Fuck. Anybody have a wit? It's fine. I'm just gonna kill it.
Won't be a problem.
It's not that much. Don't get your hopes up. 32 points of damage.
32 points of damage.
Not that much.
Rifle rockets through the room.
It's more than any hit I've done all night.
I could cause at most 14 points.
I was excited about my 28. Like, that's the highest I've done.
Anything else, Bo?
God, I really want to make that a fail, but I don't think I have any way to do that. You do see that the tendril that had patches like droops and almost drops into disarming, Marshall.
Oh, nice.
But it is not enough to get patches free.
Okay.
I had to aim. I can't move. Yeah, exactly.
Disarm. Haha. All right. I believe that brings us to Marble's turn.
Is there a way that I could squeeze partially into the mimic's space so that I can use Spare the Dying on patches?
I'm gonna say sure because the mimic is still in the process of like dragging patches through the door.
Okay. I think getting him not at a level of exhaustion is more important than me doing the killing blow.
Yes, I'm gonna say from like this space, effectively like standing over boss, you can kind of reach patches.
Okay, then I will cast Spare the Dying on him and get him up with 1 health point, and then he can.
He might get the killing blow.
Yeah, do you want the killing blow?
Maybe.
All right, Marble, that's your action. You can't end your space that your turn there. I assume you move like.
Yeah, so I'll just move. Actually, no, because I'll move. Well, let's see. Yeah, I'll move there.
All right. Patches, it's your turn. You wake up, barely conscious, being dragged into this awful, fleshy mouth. No. You are.
Do it. Do
About
it.
it so hard.
Do it. You
You are
won't.
grappled and
So
restrained.
badly. So bad.
Absolutely no balls. You won't do
You
it.
can chase the rabbit.
Oh, God.
For the record, you can do
I
whatever.
mean, the DM just said no balls.
You do whatever you want.
I think.
I'm telling you though, it's a bad idea. You do what you want, but it is a bad idea.
I think it's a bad idea, and you should do it.
Patches, what do you do?
I can spare the dying.
Toll the Dead.
Toll the dead?
Yeah.
All right. Wisdom saving throw.
I have absorbed.
Natural 1. I'll give you your 2d12.
15.
Shit.
Patches.
Yeah.
Describe to me the gruesome death of this giant behemoth.
You should have told the Honda Odyssey one.
A Honda Odyssey runs it over.
Yeah, I kind of like that actually.
It's incredible.
Yeah, my Toll the Dead is just like a car appears out of nowhere.
Just fully levels a guy.
You just pull out your car
The
fob.
thing to know also is what you're seeing as you guys see this illusion, just so we can all understand above the table as players. You're not seeing a perfect illusion of what a Honda Odyssey actually looks like.
Sure.
You're seeing an illusion of what Patches can kind of remember a Honda Odyssey looking like.
Can I use my reaction to
I have perfect
study
memory,
this?
so.
Because
Yeah, sure.
cool.
You can give me an Arcana check, I guess.
Arcana, or could I give you a vehicle?
You do land vehicles, yeah, it's fine. As this vehicle, this spectral vehicle, soars out over Patch's shoulder, he like ducks, like, zooms over past him and crushes this thing, splatters on the ground.
I like the idea that like it hits it, squeals, its brakes, backs up onto it, and then does a burnout.
Absolutely, it just does a real full burnout.
Just
on
like
it.
throwing goo. Yeah.
Sprays Viscera and Patches in Ghost's face.
It's a 22.
22, yeah. It looks like
I'm
an unimaginable future
mostly
vehicle.
looking for these aerodynamics that he's talking about.
Yeah. You don't get on a 22 a great study of the aerodynamics in that sort of 2-second glimpse, but
Hey, every second counts.
absolutely.
That's true.
And with that, things go starkly and mercifully quiet in here after the...
Guys, I think the books are a mimic.
Yeah, the crown.
I think the crown was
Say, in the quiet that follows, the crown is still there, and the gems and gold are still sitting up on the bookshelf as well, except some of it scattered by the violence, but...
sneaking suspicion the skeleton is a mimic too.
I snap Specs out of existence.
Okay. Dismiss specs.
Okay.
I think I do reach down with the staff though, like the long end of the staff, and pick the crown up,
Okay, yeah, you pick it up.
and hold it.
Yeah.
I pick it up and I just set it back off on the table.
It did not ring up as magical, though.
It did
It
transmit.
did, yeah.
It did as well.
Yes.
Transmutation.
Oh.
I set it back on the table.
Maybe it's a
shy
baby mimic. We're gonna have to kill the baby.
I see.
Yeah, you guys get the sense that perhaps these mimics were, using real items as lures also.
Okay, is there anything else left besides the crown? I can't.
The crown, and then a bunch of like jewels and gold and silver and copper coins that are kind of stacked up over here, kind of conspicuously.
I pull up my trench knife and I stab each one before picking.
Yeah, you stab. It takes a while because as you go through them, there's a total of someone wants to write this down: 398 marks worth of silver, copper, coal, gold, and jewels. Notably, as you go through them all, they are mostly just like raw bits of silver, gold, and copper, and then some of them are like Hallowhive mint. They're like minted Hallowhive coins, and then some of them are like coins of a mint that you do not recognize at all. Ghost on the 30 archaeology check, and Cadence speaking Infernal. These are very, very, very ancient coins, hundreds and hundreds of years old, and have sort of infernal markings on them. You just see the letter T and infernal, or in infernal.
I'm also going to try smashing the crown to make sure it doesn't mimic.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it's magical, so we're going to be resistant.
I say you try to smash the crown a little bit, and it resists the damage. You can tell this is magical.
All
at
right,
least.
I will put it in a bag, and we will identify it later.
Okay, understood.
Might be cursed.
Do you want to take a minute to eat something? I mean, we look like shit, honestly. Or, like,
Yeah, let's close the store.
Okay,
Please
well,
just.
Before I go in that room with everyone else, I am going to check the front door again.
Okay, yeah.
'Cause of
You go out. Let me
magic and...
yeah. Roll me a perception check.
Oh, are you doing it stealthily?
Yes.
Oh, then I will not join you.
I'm going to literally lose my mind. 7.
Yeah. Everything seems calm out front. Nothing seems to have heard you guys' kerfuffle in here.
Good news, guys. I saw and heard everything.
So you guys settle in down here. The things that seem to be real in this room as you sort of resume your investigation of this place are sort of a conference table and a bookshelf. Everything else in this room seems to have been perhaps set here or brought here by the mimics as sort of like bait or a lure or something. And as you investigate the room, you find like trails of slime seemingly having come into here within the last month, as in after the sort of exodus occurred. Ghost, looks like you're putting something up in front of the door.
Yeah, I put some caltrops down and then I go and lick my wounds.
Makes sense.
Looks like Mariska's doing some prayer healing.
Yeah, Mariska, you're throwing up a prayer of healing. It's lovely.
I will do that. Also, so I could cook these minerals now, but I think we want the magic effect for later, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't get that vibe off these mimics, so I could make some, like, meat patties out of them. I mean, they're mostly there already.
Impossible meat?
Yeah, you can cook up some mimics.
You know, cook up some impossible mimic meat.
Lovely. Give me a cook's utensils check.
Alright.
Tastes just like a
Does this give us the ability
This
to
is
be
just like Mimic.
sticky? Is that what happens? Do we
Since
become
it-
sticky?
Since it looks
It
like
might
mimic,
become sticky.
or since it is mimic, does that mean it looks like an actual
On
like,
a
meat?
12 cook's utensils check, you're able to like safely cook this mimic meat enough to make a meal for yourself and your friends in a way that is like not unappetizing. You don't manage to sort of like unlock any special properties or anything. However, you do, you make a meal of it at least. Prayer of healing, I believe you give back everybody. Oh,
2d8 plus 3, and then they also get the benefits of a short rest.
I forgot about that effect of this. So yeah, at first everyone gets back 13 hit points, and then you also gain the benefits of short rest, meaning you get back a short rest worth of mana and resources, and you can, if you wish to, spend hit dice.
Oh my
I
god.
forgot how much I buffed this spell.
I full healed.
Full heal, okay.
Then
Are we eating?
Yes. So there's
Reading burger.
and I'll ask you, Mariska, now that we're kind of done hashing out the mechanics here. You kind of already described a little bit. What does this look like? You sit down, and the like sort of magic of your cooking like brings real healing and rest to your friends. I don't know. Do you want to say anything about like what that looks like?
I think he puts a lot of care into shaping each thing and giving people the a good portion size for them. He's basically making fillet of fish out of these, I think. Just a breaded meat thing.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So it's like a fillet of fish. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah. as you guys sort of eat this meal and sit with Marisco around the table, you can tell me if you disagree with this, Marisco, but I think, like, I don't even know if it's even super obvious that you're doing spell casting here. I think your prayer of healing, quote unquote, kind of is just the warmth and hospitality of a hot meal served to you by somebody who made it out of love for you in a dark, cold place like this. You just feel sort of a magical, a love and a hospitality for you that is so profound as to be magic. See, Bones, you're at 22, correct?
I am maxed now.
You maxed out on hit dice? Okay. And then, Boss, I've got you at
23 plus
your 2 step. Yep. So yeah, everyone looks much better after that quick little 10 minutes or whatever resting together and having. It's probably more than 10 minutes to cook this food up. But it's pretty fast. And Marisco, you can imagine, ways that you could make this meal a little bit more, creatively if you had a full kitchen with you. You're kind of working with pretty bare minimum right now, but.
Yeah, that's better. Take some time to eat. It's important. I think we're good to go now. Everyone feel okay?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm better, I think.
At this time, though, should it be pertinent to us that we gain the abilities of those other little fish and snails? The way to negate the corrosive activities?
Yeah, if you wish to, Marisco, you could cook up a little appetizer with that stuff and try to give yourself some acid resistance, potentially.
At least learn how to cook this?
Yes, I already had some idea. The minnows would be good fried whole, probably. Crunchy. The snails, though, I feel like would need to go into, like, some sort of a sauce, because they're going to be odd otherwise. Yeah. I think I've got some tomato and white wine in here. I think I can make something.
Oh, yeah.
I would not like to feel the sting of that acid again. That almost killed Bones multiple times.
Yeah, that was not pleasant.
And my arm still hurts.
Marisco, give me another cook's utensils check. And as you're cooking, you guys do see that Marisco, I think, has probably set down at this point a stack of papers that he's picked up from somewhere in his explorations up here. But Marisco, go ahead if you're cooking.
Yeah. Well, while I'm cooking, you guys can look over these if you like. I found some notes on the monsters near here. I am not doing so great today. I really need my kitchen.
Yeah, unfortunately.
There isn't an oven in this room, so it's a little hard.
I really should have just gone to the room next door, because there's an ever-burning fireplace, and that probably would have been easier.
Let's try it again.
I remember that now.
You cook up a few of them, and you serve them, and again, you make a passable meal, but you need better seasonings and a better kitchen for this, other than just doing it over your, like, prestidigitation pan to make it hot, So.
Right.
Meanwhile, these papers are sitting on the table. You guys see basically just a bunch of, like, diagrams and images and notes about various, like, monsters and creatures of the Underdark.
Were these found here, or is this is research?
The room next door.
Mauricio says he found them in this room right over here. I believe he tells you where he found them.
Okay, yeah.
And then Mauricio, I think you maybe also mentioned that you found a map in there that you're not currently,
Oh, I'd love to see that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think it'd be useful.
Do we want to just move in there where there's a fireplace?
It sounds nice. I did not know there was a fireplace.
You guys relocate your dinner into here.
Wait, there was a fireplace this entire time.
Because, we'd already killed everything.
Marvel, go ahead.
2 things. The first thing is, since this is going to take a while, I go ahead and I'm going to give the magic item to Ghost because he can identify things if he wishes to. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a picture of Marisco while he's cooking. He's like in his element, and he's probably like in the zone. Patches can probably try to do it in a way that I'm going to try to bait him into doing it as well.
Makes sense. Patches, you can give me a photography tool check if you want to take a picture.
Yeah. 12.
12. Got it.
6.
It'll probably be fine. Who knows? You'll find out in a few weeks.
Are there notes on the local demons in this, like, monster guide?
Yeah, so you start to look through these notes. There actually are not notes on demons here. There are notes on mostly just like natural creatures, monsters, beasts, monstrosities, aberrations, and stuff. But a conspicuous lack of demons. And then also the map is like a map of the various Underdark strata, showing like the lower dark, middle dark, upper dark, etc.
Gotcha.
Sort of where these creatures are native to, and so on and so forth.
Okay, gotcha. No secret hollow hives in this map, are there?
It doesn't seem that way. You can roll me an investigation check.
I'm not good at this, but I am joining on that.
Okay.
No, I'm actually kind of good at this. Just kidding.
Anyone proficient with investigation can make this check.
24.
24?
Way lower than that, 12.
19, okay. Cadence, you look through this map trying to find some reference to Hallow Hive, kind of tracing your finger along it, looking for a spot. Not really finding one. Bones kind of looking over Cadence's shoulder, and Marble also. It's a strange thing. You're kind of not getting as good of a look at the map as she is because she's a little closer, but you watch her hand, the finger move along the map, and it like trails in a strange way. Both Marble and Bones recognize that this map is covered in an illusion. Because you've never recognized that, the thought strikes you to look at the diagrams as well. They are also all covered in illusion magic.
These are all illusory. Ghost, I don't know what you're up. Oh, you're identifying. We'll take a look and pass to you if we don't get it.
Yeah, I'll try to look through these.
Yeah, you kind of look through it. You can't quite make out the details of what's behind them, but you can tell that you tell two things on 24 and 19. One, the text that you're seeing and the drawings that you're seeing are illusions. There's something being masked by that.
Yeah.
Two, you see that the actual paper itself, the diagrams specifically of the monsters, are not actually whole pieces of paper.
Right.
There's like part of a whole piece of paper that is missing, and it's covered with illusion.
I have an idea.
I also have an idea.
Let me do Bones.
Okay. So Ghost can deal with this later, but he's busy right now. So what I do is grab a piece of paper and I start to do a.
Yeah, let's do the same thing.
Okay, yeah, you start to do a bit of a rubbing. Give me, let's just call this like a painter's tools or any kind of artist tools check, otherwise just straight dex.
Is there any way that I could help?
You guys can do it together for advantage.
That is 20, and if that's not good enough, I can bump it.
You go over the map. What do you do first? You do the diagrams of the map.
I think I start with the map that feels more likely to be like a key.
Understood.
Yeah.
You go over the map and start sort of doing a bit of a tracing. It's easy to tell. You're not getting fine details on a rubbing, but you can get sort of the general thing that this is actually a map of what looks like the Isle of Ash. It is like the shape of this island that you are on.
Perfect.
But the like borders don't quite match. It's like a little more oblong. And you also see some labels on it that are in they're in Undercommon, which Marble can read.
Okay.
You see one that says Xerxes Keep. You see one that says the Palace of Zorvaxis.
Oh my god.
And then you see kind of towards the edge of the map, there's like an arrow pointing off of the map, and it says To Altamontium.
I fucking.
And then Marble, this is like 24. This is like a old sort of dialect of Undercommon. The actual text being obscured here is ancient, very, very old. And then during the time that it's taken them to do that, what's everybody else up to? This is while Maurisko's kind of cooking. Ghost, what are you up to?
So as I'm identifying, I am going to just pose a question to the group. So I've been trying to figure out the timeline of these events and figure out what's happening, but I'm coming up with a bit of a blank, and I was wondering what you all thought. Currently, we know that Hallow Hive and Empress have been sending prisoners, exiles, to the Isle of Ash. We know that the Isle of Ash is currently inhabited by at least some fiends and demons, but a couple of months ago, the other citizens, which we could assume were like 10,000 or so, suddenly have been slowly leaving, but they've continued to send exiles here. And I can't figure out what purpose that could have. Why continue to send exiles to a place that is now devoid of people if they were sending them to this to be a part of this ritual of these cultists or whoever was living here, wouldn't they also change the drop-off point to somewhere else if they were all moving?
I suspect that the new destination... Well, all of the people left on the boats, is that not true? Where did they go? That's my biggest question, is where did the whole civilization here go, if not deeper into the mines?
Right, where could, moving small nomadic groups is one thing, but this was a small city.
Right, there's architecture here.
And they left all this amber.
Right.
Well, there are still a few people here, or at least a few fiends. But they even took the dead with them.
Right. I think we will learn much more when we go down into that cave for certain. I have many questions. I don't have many hypotheses yet, except that, according to this, the dragons are involved.
Ghost, you look over at what Bones is talking about. You can see that they're working on this rubbing of this ancient map obscured by illusion magic. The map looks a little familiar to you. At first, you can't quite put your finger on it, but you eventually do. You have in your possession some partial notes and documents and a partial map that seems to have indicated to you, 1, that there is an angel trapped within the lamp, and 2, that there was some empire of demons that existed in the abyss. Both of the documents that you have are incomplete, and you are looking before you at a series of incomplete documents covered with illusion magic.
I will try to pull out my half of these documents and see if I can fit them together.
Yeah, give me just an investigation check. With advantage if you got your friends helping you here. You go through your maps and your documents and these pages, and you, like everyone else, has...
24, because I think that short rest gets rid of 1 level of exhaustion, right?
That's correct.
Yep.
You go through all of these diagrams and this map, all of which are kind of partial, which have like torn, ripped edges. And you compare them against your own papers and begin to find the spots where the edges meet that you can just barely see underneath the illusion. And as you, in the first instance, put the torn edge of one of your documents against the matching torn edge of one of these documents, the illusion flashes and fades for that document. And over a short time, you're able to sort of dispel all of these illusions. The map, once you have it completed and you can see all of its details, shows and is labeled as the Dominion of Toroth, which I believe never once in your time in Hallowhive was that name ever mentioned, but I believe maybe it has been mentioned by others in this party to you. I don't even know if that's true. I think only Boss has heard of it. It shows essentially, it takes a second to even see that it was once this location. You are able to see that the Isle of Ash itself was once a enormous city-state, a sprawling metropolis called the Dominion of Toroth, a kingdom of demons and fiends, and also of just underdark folk of Thrycreen and kobolds and so forth. And as I mentioned before, there are a few key locations marked on this map. One of them is Xerxes Keep, and you see that location is like circled.
Do you have a map of this?
Yes. I don't have a map of the Toroth. However, cross-referencing it with your knowledge of the Isle of Ash, you see that Xerxes Keep is not circled on the original map in this original text, but someone has much more recently circled this location. It is located here.
And that's where the other 30% were taken, right?
Correct, and it's where the dig sites you saw were.
Yep.
You see it also labels the Palace of Zorvaxis, which is essentially dead smack in the middle of this volcano in current day Isle of Ash. And the map of Toroth is sitting at the peak of a mountain, which is now kind of a crater. And then the other label that is relevant to you points kind of off the edge of the map, off to kind of the northwest-ish, and it says to Altamontium.
Oh, wow.
And again, that is labeled in ancient text. That is not like a new label. That is on the original map.
That is where our friends went.
What's Altamontium?
It's,
Anyone who wishes to can make me a history check. It's kind of high DC.
Go ahead, academia.
No.
No?
No.
No geopolitics stuff.
No.
my money says that it is where all of the people who lived here have gone.
Is that word undercommon?
No.
19?
19? No, you don't know of it. 18? Don't know of it.
Can you say it one more time?
Altamontium. Altimontium. Altamontium.
Linguist?
Can I pull out my the scripture that gave me?
That Father Hastings gave you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is
Yeah, you look at that scripture that Father Hastings gave you as this name sort of rings a bell to you. Altamontium, Father Hastings told you, is said to be the site of where the, essentially where the last battle of the fall of the New Valarian Empire happened, when the angels of a New Valar abandoned, he didn't use the word abandoned, where the angels of the New Valarian Empires ascended to the heavens, promising to return one day. And redeem their people and rebuild their empire. That was said to have happened at Altamontium, which again, you've looked over a map and can't find a place called Altamontium. You presume, based on the rules that you guys have made on the history checks you guys just made, it sounds like an old name for something. It sounds like maybe some place used to be called Altamontium and it's probably called something different now, is your guess. Give me, what was your roll, boss?
19.
And so if you did geopolitics, you would add 2 to that, or 3 to that for 22.
Yeah.
You just think about where you are in the world. If this is drawing an arrow to Altamontium, it's easy enough to sum up that, if you follow these paths and caves through the Underdark, you will come out at a place called Altamontium. You have never heard of a place called Altamontium. However, you are currently located in Hallowhive, or near Hallowhive, which is located almost directly underneath Mount Onatoa. A big, prominent mountain in the center of the continent. The name Altamontium obviously sounds like it just means high mountain, tall mountain. It's easy enough to presume probably related in some way to this mountain.
Well, I do remember when the angels descended to the planet, whatever, that was
Mount Aran.
Yes.
Which is a different part of the planet. I'll show you that real quick, just since you're asking.
Please do.
That is up here.
Further.
Up in North Kohan.
Right. And I do remember, I may have to go back to double check this, but I do believe that we had determined that Boss was aware of Mount Aran and
believe so. That sounds familiar, yes. Yeah, so the very brief history, about 1900 years ago, angels came down from the plane of order, starting at Mount Aran, building the city of New Valar, and starting essentially an empire in Okassis that lasted for many hundreds of years.
Right.
It eventually fell in battle with Akkad, which I believe you've learned from Father Hastings seemingly had demons and fiends fighting with the dragons, and were defeated finally at at some place called Altamontium, you assume to be Mount Onatoa, where the angels ascended to the heavens, presumably. Before we get too farther deep into discussing that lore, Ghosts, aside from the map, I think you go to probably the thing that is more interesting to you. You have your partial diagram of the lamp with an angel trapped inside of it. And you find what appear to be the remainders of that diagram. As you connect those papers to these diagrams that are covered with illusory information about monsters. This is just essentially a cover, a trick. You begin to piece together the rest of the missing documents about this sketch of an angel and the lamp. And as you begin to parse through what you are finding, I would like for you to make me an Arcana check. You can have advantage. I think plenty of people in your party are helping you. Oof.
Yes.
That is bad.
I'm very tired. I've been beaten up multiple times.
Okay. You'll have to do some
Slightly
more.
concussed.
You have to spend some more time with this later when you have more time and when you aren't feeling so bleary and afraid and cold. However, even on a 12, you find enough information to deduce, as you find the rest of the notes that go with this diagram that you have found, that the lamp was created by a author of a arcane ritual whose name is Rusa Muhami, and I will write that down for you in a moment, who performed an arcane ritual to encase a willing angel in amber. And the encasement of this angel in amber would grant light and abjuration against fiends. And of note, the diagrams state that the amber-touched nature of Rusa Muhami, the person who did this ritual, was part of the key to this ritual. And as you're going through the diagrams connecting pages, you find what amounts to a... it's a letter. As you connect the last of your pages to these pages, one of the pages that still remains covered in illusion suddenly just fills with script written in Undercommon, which I will read to you. It says, "If you are reading this, then you, like me, are of an inquisitive mind. You found my little donation to the Citadel archives and, like me, were unwilling to accept what you have been told at face value. The question remains if you, like me, are willing to do what is necessary when faced with difficult choices. Allow me to say what we both know is true, but you have been too afraid to speak into existence. Hallowhive is built on lies. Everything that the Xanthian Church has taught you, all of its dogma and its myths and its false promises, are a toxin, crafted to keep the populace submissive and compliant while they are led to the slaughter. The lamp will fail, and when it does, Hallowhive will fall into oblivion. But there is hope, dear reader. The Maw's hunger is boundless, but even so, it does not bite the hand that feeds it. For decades, my order has served the Maw. We have sated its hunger and kept it complacent, a service for which we have been branded heretics and terrorists. But all that I have ever done has been in the service and protection of my people. Soon, thanks to me, the Dark will be free from the Maw's threat. While the Hierarch has been wringing her hands and squawking from her ziggurat, I have been doing the hard work of finding allies and setting real change in motion. You, dear reader, have a choice to make. You can forget what you have seen here and return to Hallowhive, numb your mind with prayers and hymns as you wait for oblivion. Or you can join me, serve the new dominion of Toroth, and learn the extent of the great lie that is Hallowhive. For obvious reasons, I cannot put our location into writing, but I trust that if you have been clever enough to find this, then it will be only a matter of time until we meet. I look forward to hearing your choice." And then there's a scripture from the Xanthian scriptures cited at the end, which says, "In darkness lies that which cannot be known." And the letter is signed by a name, Shayokhet, Shayokhet. And that is where we'll end tonight's session of Spirit and Salt.
What a letter, dude. What a letter.
Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. We will see you next time. See you. Bye-bye.
All right, guys.
Bye.